we're about to be live. Oh, wait, never mind. Hello, and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen, Church of Entropy. Happy to be here this Sunday, October 30th. Wow, where does the time go? Can't believe we're already in the home stretch of 2022. Exciting times. I'll hand it over to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Thank you for being here with us this evening.
Okay, great to be back. Hope everyone had a good week. I guess time flying by, so good to keep pace and track of things with Week in Review. So let me do my screen shares right away as usual, just to clear the stuff off my computer. Random Ben Shapiro coming to University of Michigan, and there are calls for protests and to have them deplatformed and disinvited. Semi-controversial. My foray into like the alt-right and streaming and coming onto Luke Ford was when Richard Spencer, much more controversial, uh, was going to come to University of Michigan. I think he even won a court case to allow him to, although it didn't work out like that. But so Ben Shapiro, we'll see what happens with that. Last time there was a lot of security and protests, and I think they may not have let him speak because there was a security issue with all the protesters, God forbid. So I got this book in the mail today. Luke Ford, this is that woman that he was sharing with like the high heels on her desk about the impersonal essay, Merve Emre. And so she wrote this interesting book, The Personality Brokers, The Strange History of the Myers-Briggs and Birth of Personality Testing. I just got it Thursday and finished the first half of the book. So it's interesting that semi-normal woman that had a correspondence with Jung. She was in Michigan, actually, and her daughter was a best-selling fiction author, and she had done some sort of personality typing and had correspondence with Jung. And later she develops the question testing that eventually became the standard and then turned into a multi-billion-dollar empire. So hopefully next week I will give a little bit more insight onto that.
Yeah, she's a bit eccentric, but what genius isn't?
Yes, God forbid, big news this week: the Seoul, Korea stampede, and God forbid after
I
in
just
Israel.
immediately thought of the time we did that in-depth stampede analysis, didn't you?
Yeah, because I didn't really, because that was a place I'd been, and Orthodox Jews, and I was actually watching the live stream live as that happened. So we ended up doing a in-depth coverage of stampedes, and God forbid, a lot of people in a thin alley and pushing, and then some of the people fall over, and then people fall over on top of them, and they keep on pushing from the back until you have a human pile, and people don't have room to move their chest up and down and start to die of lack of oxygen, God forbid. And over 100 people died, and you could see the video. It looks just like all the other stampedes, and you can't even get the people out there pushed so much in, even after the room is cleared. Um, and there's like a pile of people, and you can't pull them out because they're pushed on. So you have to start pulling them off from the back. And sometimes they're so pushed into they're locked even when it's clear from the back. And God forbid, it looks like close to 150 people died um, in the stampede. God forbid. Um, I'm not usually around that many people like that. Like now, I'm already middle age. I may never be at such a crowded event where something like that could even happen. But God forbid. this,
So
what if all this,
was it just like one corridor? That's what it looks like. It was just like a bunch of, just like basically a pile on down a corridor.
said there's 100,000 people at a Halloween party, and there was one alley. The party was probably more than the one alley, but the stampede happened in one alley. It wasn't exactly clear. I mean, it was completely packed, um, crushing full of people. What led to the stampedes is unclear, but once it started with the pushing, and then there was nowhere to go, and the pushing only has to last for like 2 or 3 minutes till people are piled up on each other, and then God forbid, like 15, 20 minutes later, it's all over. More than 100 people are dead. So extremely crowded events and some sort of scare, pushing, and it doesn't take that long.
Yeah, for some reason, it felt like the one that we went over did take a while. Because it was sort of happening over, like there were several turns from what I remember.
Yeah, but I mean, no, God forbid, from whence once the first like person falls, and then other people start falling on top, where you have, like, God forbid, a human pyramid. It was all over in less than 20 minutes. Even the one in Meron in Israel, I mean, there was a lot of what led up to it, but the actual stampede part, from when the first people started dying, I mean, from when the first person tripped and fell to when they basically had cleared it, was was 20 minutes. And they eventually released like a video, hidden video, or video camera that was on there that had the whole thing. And it was only like 20 minutes from start to beginning, from start to finish, that killed like 50 people in Meron. So it doesn't take that long for people to run out of oxygen and start dying. And it doesn't take that, like, from the pushing him back, like eventually, once they realize what's happening, and they could stop the pushing from back and clear out the people from the back entrance, so that you could start pulling the people off from the back, uh, might only take like 5 minutes. So, in Israel, when it happened, they had music in a loudspeaker. They shut off the music. They took over the live speaker. They informed the crowd of what was happening, and they started clearing the area from the back from where they were pushing. And from the front, you couldn't, there's too much of a crush. It was a human pyramid. There was nothing that you could do. So you have to pull the bodies off from the back. And, God forbid, it was, usually 15, 20 minutes, they've already done that. But if your lungs are completely compressed and you can't breathe, it only takes a few minutes to kill a person, God forbid. So too bad, big news story. So here was a random video. What if all this, I guess, has some alternative history, but geographical stuff. And they had a few videos. This one's not that great, and he kind of promotes Aryan invasion theory. He's like, who the hell's still promoting Aryan invasion theory? But this channel seems to be doing it.
Didn't he sound like emotionally aggravated? Like he kind of knew what he was saying didn't make a whole lot of sense, and it's like, oh, I wish I had more time to go into this. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I guess he was kind of scared to do it, and he knew he didn't really know that much what he was talking about, but he wanted to do it anyways because he wanted to put a video out on India. So whatever he read or sources he looked for, and then he even makes some arguments in favor of Aryan invasion theory. But and there's two videos, but something, and India has a complicated history, so so people want to check that out. I thought it was interesting. Um, God forbid, um, survey shows that Jews, percentage wise, are at the forefront of cancel culture, although Jews are very scared about anti-Semitism and being canceled because of Zionism. That 67% of Jews favor shutting down speakers on campus where they don't agree with where they think their views go across the line, which is the highest from any of the groups polled. The national average is actually 62%. So on college campus are pretty strong for censorship. National average 62% favoring censorship of the groups polled. Jews were the highest at 67%. Edward Dutton did his thing on Rishi Sunak, who Rishi Sunak actually swore in on a Bhagavad for his. I'm not sure if he's sworn as prime minister in a Bhagavad. I was trying to see a picture, but it said he swore in on a Bhagavad. I'm not sure if it was a Prabhupada Bhagavad as it is or another one. I couldn't find a picture. So Dutton looking at the sociology of why are UK Hindus so successful and so likely to be conservative. So the question of economic, educational, social economic success of Hindus in the UK, and then as opposed to the vast majority of Hindus, of minorities, Jews, Muslims, blacks, uh, Arabs, that Hindus have a highest percentage of the minorities to be conservative. So, did you have any thoughts on Rishi Sunak, the new Indian Prime Minister of the UK?
Um, I feel like I'd be playing to racial stereotypes if I
By
judge
calling
someone
him
like that on
Indian?
anything other than their accomplishments. As far as I understand, there's some sort of a banker. God forbid. No, I honestly don't know anything about this guy, so I don't really follow this stuff.
So you could see this was when he was sworn into Parliament. He swore in a Bhagavad. I couldn't find a clear picture to.
It might be controversial to swear on the on any one document. I mean, is he an Iskanite or what? I don't know how to pronounce that. Is he associated with ISKCON at all, or probably not?
No, I'm not sure if he has. I mean, he's goes to ISKCON on political events. Um, but it's unclear whether he has that much seeking a blessing from um, an ISKCON monk. He's from Kenya, and
The monk is from Kenya, or Rishi Sunak?
Rishi Sunak was born in Kenya and moved to England, and his family already is wealthy, and then he educated work at Goldman Sachs, and his family, I think, or he himself has hundreds of millions of dollars. So he doesn't appear directly connected with ISKCON, but has been to ISKCON. But he is Hindu and did swear in on a Bhagavad. I wasn't able to see the type Bhagavad. I mean, generally, when you enter political office, you have to take an oath, and you're supposed to swear in on some sort of holy book, but you don't have to. You could just affirm and like raise your right hand without swearing in on a book. But the custom of swearing in on a Bible, and so later when they allowed Jews to enter office, and they weren't required to be Christian. Um, but usually when non-Christians, when they swear in, will swear in on a different holy book. But I believe you could just affirm and you don't actually have to swear in on a book. So he voluntarily, wasn't like he had to choose a book and didn't want to choose the Bible. He chose the Bhagavad Gita. Jennifer shared this video. I'm not sure I got anything out of it, but I was looking and saw that Elon Musk follows about 100 people on Twitter, and one of the people Elon Musk follows is Max Tegmark. Um, Here was PBS Spacetime talking about the recent Nobel Prize 2022 uh, winner, quantum entanglement, and winning a Nobel Prize. And it's slipping me exactly what they did. So I was thinking, like, I was missed the quote. Sabina Hassenfelder calls the spooky action at a distance, which relate
I'm
to
fucking
Einstein.
tired of hearing that idiotic thought
Spooky action at a
permeating
distance.
cliche. It's just like, why?
Well, that's her style, and so I guess she's trying to make physics popular to a non-technical audience, and so she's created her own lingo, and I mean she's pretty successful at it. She's one of probably top 5 popularizers of physics, and she's even got lingo like a spooky action at a distance, which is in reference to quantum entanglement. So we talked last week. Ashish Delela was on T Jump, and he wrote something, the invention of zero, and I read it, and I'm not sure what I gained from it, or philosophical question of what is zero, why did it come from India, what does it mean absence, and possibly using that as a difference for how Westerners look at logic and empiricism. The fact that zero came from India, and then he also made a slide share in response to T Jump on the fundamental problem of logic. So maybe we'll even go through some of these in depth that cover some of the things me and Jennifer have been talking about. So Doovid, I did my Wednesday stream. Hopefully next Wednesday I'll do another. Thank God, 21 likes, including myself, on Krishna consciousness books that changed my life. A tour of the
21
Hindus.
likes. How do you feel about that?
I'm not sure. I mean, thank God, at least there's someone's liking it. So
Well, I think it's great. And I think if it's even just, it's worth it for even just one sincere like, just putting it out there. But go ahead.
yes, I didn't do like top 10 books. I went through basically my whole library and authors, and so went for a few hours. I didn't timestamp it yet, but thank God, reasonably good feedback. So my first one that I did, the 13 books that changed my life, has 220 views. So that's a week older than my last one. So yeah, thank God, if we get like 50 watch hours, um, so at least like 20, 25 people watched it all the way through. Um, so, I'm going to try to keep on doing that. I'm not sure. I might do civil engineering next week. I was going to do World War II and the Holocaust, but maybe I'm going to do my civil engineering um, library. I have a whole shelf of those books that probably pretty important. Probably part of the Doovidic style is my educational background in urban planning. That certain insight on culture, a unique aspect of it may be that I've studied urban planning. So Jennifer shared this with me, Theories of Everything with Kurt Jaimungal, which was basically like a Q&A. And so it was kind of haphazard, where it's just kind of random questions that he kept on asking. So, props for having Noam Chomsky on again, but not sure there's that much to gain out of it, because, I mean, you could see or at least he time stamped it, but it was.
I just thought it was really weird. Like, I didn't think Noam Chomsky had a theory on consciousness, but anyway, I don't get it.
Well, I don't think he does.
Yet his opinion's being solicited on consciousness.
Well, he has thoughts on consciousness. I mean, he's probably still one of the world-renowned experts in consciousness.
Why?
Well, I said he was part of he was the one in the cognitive revolution. He linguistics was one of the
So
60.
linguistics and consciousness is connected.
These days, not as much. So in the cognitive revolution, as it was laid out, there were 6 fields, of which one of them was linguistics, but also computer science and modeling. That the first successes in consciousness modeling was in language and linguistics, and then it fell out. So, when I eventually produced my article on the self and cover a little bit more about the cognitive revolution, I'll show how linguistics was one of the first major fields in one of the first journals of the cognitive science. They said like 20-30% of all of the articles were authored or co-authored by Noam Chomsky. One of Noam Chomsky's early books was on the nature of computer science. And so the thoughts and consciousness that he doesn't have all of his work is basically in linguistics, but I think he had worked together, spoke with most of the people in the early developments of consciousness, most specifically computers and artificial intelligence, like Marvin Minsky and the other name slipping me now, but yes, I would say if you're talking about consciousness, Noam Chomsky is certainly one of the most sensical names in the field. Although linguistics is a major subfield of consciousness, and maybe my next paper will discuss why linguistics at the beginning of cognitive science was one of the major disciplines, and then by the 80s, linguistics is only peripheral to cognitive science, and you might have had more advances on memory, thought, decision making, various things in general, but many of the first successes in cognitive sciences were in linguistics and either
Yeah, you keep switching
authors.
from cognitive science to consciousness, and even when you've said a bunch of times cognitive science is not what consciousness is, it's about what, mind independent. Mind independent. Now all of a sudden he's an expert on consciousness. Just weird. You'd think consciousness wasn't mind independent.
Well, I mean, because we've discussed that there really doesn't exist a field of consciousness studies.
Not in any official capacity.
And
that's for sure.
In the recent, like Hamarov and within anesthesiology, those are in the last few decades, where you had anesthesiology having consciousness studies or sleep studies in medical schools, and even philosophical departments that maybe had people like Dennett that Dennett isn't actually like in a department of consciousness studies. He's just in the department of philosophy. Or not Dennett. I'm saying the wrong name. The hyperbolic conscious leather jacket guy, but at NYU. But I think he's just a philosopher. Dennett also. He's just in the department of philosophy. Well, my memory slips me quickly. David Chalmers. So David Chalmers, if you see that, is a professor of philosophy at, but so linguistics, cognitive science is the study of cognitive processes that possibly deals with consciousness. I wrote about that in my article about self, but so consciousness could be considered.
Obviously, everything deals with consciousness because we're subjects dealing with subjects. Things we came up with were subjective that we understand as subjects. Yeah, so
So
definitely.
linguistics somewhat bypasses the question of consciousness and just questions how the mind produces language. And Chomsky was more focused than on neurology, on a model in line with the cognitive revolution and computerized higher order rules. That in theory, the mind would have higher order rules, and those higher order rules would be able to produce language, um, which is in line with most theories of consciousness. But to some extent, Chomsky's linguistic theories is neutral on consciousness. And the hard problem of consciousness, like consciousness could be an illusion, or I mean, he takes somewhat of an evolutionary approach, but you could even be a dualist and use Chomsky's linguistic approaches because more just focusing on the higher order rules that allowed the mind to produce language, which you could consider a qualia.
Higher order rules that allow the mind to produce language. I don't
Yes.
see how that connects to qualia because to me there's still quite a jump between meaning, language, associations to um, the experiential state, which is what qualia seems to speak to. Like they speak of a red qualia. There's no red, you know, letter, so to speak.
Well, qualia, because sometimes you want to limit it to experiences, but qualia could be considered any facet of the mind. And language is unquestionably one of the most important facets of the mind. And to some extent, linguistics, there's still a lot of mystery in linguistics. So other things that took a long time to be solved, things like memory. I'm saying George Miller, what in this short-term memory was the same time as Chomsky, um, Herbert Simon. Oh, but the now when you think about intelligence, where there's much more thought on intelligence and decision making, memory, the various fields. Like if you just look at a cognitive science textbook, so I mean here, one would be on consciousness, but if you have cognitive science in a textbook, um, and the table of contents, so historical overview, um, the brain, so models and tools, physical symbol systems, the language of thought, neural networks, modeling the mind, Bayesian, cognitive science, brain mapping. But linguistics is always one of the chapters. Any textbook, if you take a class on cognitive psychology or cognitive science, one of the chapters is going to be on the production of language, vision, pattern recognition, sense perception. So qualia is usually most understood to sense perception and the experience of sense perception. But then there's also mental abilities, memory, imagery, problem solving, and language, emotion. So I think qualia would generally include all aspects of the mind, including pure thought, including language. So
A qualia is well defined as the things that our experiences are made up of. It's unclear how language informs experience. There's a gap there. You can proffer theories, but there's, I mean, a gap. Just to be clear that, yeah, maybe we should look at this definition here.
qualia define individual instances of subjective conscious experience. Derives from the Latin neuter plural for um, what sort, what kind, of what it's like to. But I think that would apply to the subjective experience of speaking, of producing language. So it's the feel of what it's like to have a sense perception, and then there's the feel of what it's like to be the producer of thoughts or to make a decision. So there's the I that experiences what it's like to decide what I'm going to say, choose my words in the same way there's the
There's
I
no
that
I. There's no I. There's just the language faculties and the conceptual faculties and the impressions that we get. And those are not necessarily, you have to make assumptions to link those together.
well, I'm calling the I consciousness, but the conscious
You can do
experience.
that, but you're going to F it up to do that. But feel free to go ahead to do that and put something that doesn't exist into the theory.
But you just speak. I mean, you're speaking from your own theory. You're not speaking generally. I mean, so there's different ways of defining these terms, and whatever the subjective experience is, if you want to relate it to the I, or in the Jamesian sense of psychology, where the I is consciousness, the I and the me.
It's a first person experience.
But in the relation to sense perception, control of the physical body, there's also control of the mental processes in the experience of producing thoughts, of solving problems, of making decisions, of producing language. And as said in the beginning of the cognitive revolution, linguistics was one of the six major fields, but later dropped out, but is still included. And just said Chomsky that he made it so old that he knows these names. I mean, he's dealt with people from the 50s, and he's still alive, and he probably knows as much about at least the philosophy of artificial intelligence as really anybody.
I just want to jump in here. I don't normally like to argue with the chat, but we can literally point to evidence of wolves evolving into dogs, quote unquote, evolving, if you want to call that evolving. That might be the worst possible argument against evolution I've ever seen. But yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, I did another stream. I went to the Automotive Testing Expo. I think the next expo is a week after next. There's another expo I have November 7th through 12th. So that's the week after next. The next one on Association for Preservation Technology. So I wanted an expo to go to this week, but automotive testing, regular expo, I just did 20 minutes. Generally it's not as exciting, the automotive testing expo, but it's more scientific because it's more the equipment to measure and test, validate mechanical devices. So it's more physics and engineering and mathematical than some of the other manufacturing processes, the validation of the validation process. So someone wants to hear a ramble on that. So I popped on Ben Thorpe this week, and his daughter, God forbid, 19-year-old daughter, started having a breakdown. She started crying, and Goose was on, and Goose
You
came
were,
on.
yeah, it was an AMA stream, and you just totally started blabbing your own stuff. You didn't AHA. You didn't ask her anything.
Yeah, I didn't really have anything to ask her, so it just kind of
Then why were you on an Ask Me Anything stream?
um. Well, I just popped. I mean, she just called it "Ask Me Anything," but you know, at some point,
I was just shocked that you weren't trying to keep it on task, frankly, and
well,
like
no, I thought I
forcing
did keep it
everybody
on
to ask
task.
her questions and stuff.
I'm saying like it turned into an interesting conversation about um relationships and what was the word that the vital message used on I use like like the scorecard or karma, but transactional nature of relationships. So I think I was on for almost 2 hours, and almost the whole time I was on, we were talking about the transactional nature of relationships. So that was a topic when I came on, and the topic stayed that topic the whole time that I was on. That it started as an AMA or whatever. Um, it switched to a discussion about the transactional nature of relationships, and you see Grace gave me a thank you so much, Doovid. You were an amazing addition to the panel. Really added some structure and religious content. Love to have you again anytime, and we really appreciate your support. So, thank God. Um, Worked out well. Got 1,100 views. Um, so I've been watching some of her content. I guess she's got Ben Thorpe, their like family streaming channel, and airing their family baggage live to be discussed by people. So that was minimally interesting. Like it was, debate related to E. Michael Jones, why I came onto the channel, and Goose. I don't know. You remember Goose?
Yeah.
So Goose, I'm not sure if it was Norvin or I mean Brundle. He's in my Discord, but I think it was Brundle that he would have. He was on the Brundle cast in the chat, and he's got his own channel with his Goose, and he even um, has. I'm trying to find it. He even brings one of his Goose into the show for a while, and so he was the one who informed me about this channel, and he was talking with her, and I guess he's Orthodox Christian, and so it's interesting, like a decent venue to have some conversations. And I met this other woman who was on the channel, Not Your Everyday Ashley, who was on Modern Day Debate Friday. I guess she's been on a handful of times, and she's also more talking like dating relations. Um, but she was debating feminism on Modern Day Debate Friday, so she was on the panel. I was giving her a little tips on live streaming. I told her to do an after show. I told her she should have shouted out her after show, which I think she forgot to do. But yeah, she's hosting conversations, and I'm not sure if you watched any of this.
Um, very briefly.
So,
It
but
was not really going anywhere.
so you're familiar with Ashley.
I think I've seen her on some other MDD shows pretty recently, if it's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, she's been on a few shows,
Yeah.
so I'm not sure how often. She got a channel. Both her and Ben have a little over 300 subs, but are doing streaming more regularly, and probably more popular wise to just conversational talking like dating and relations. So just that the Ben Thorpe moved in the direction of a more philosophical discussion about the transactional relationship of relationships. You made nice for me to partake in the discussion. Okay, so those are all my links. So you want to look at Ashish's slides on the problem of logic as a reply to his T-jump debate.
You know I do.
Okay, so what's the problem? One word can only have one meaning. With one word meaning equivalent, sentences are invertible. Like bachelors are unmarried men and unmarried men are bachelors. Krishna is all attractive is Krishna. Most word meaning definitions are not invertible in this way. Men are two-legged animals is true. Two-legged animals are men is false. So he's getting at like what he was saying with T-jump, that you could express things in regular language that cannot be expressed in the same logical terms because logic necessitates one meaning only, as opposed to language. We're capable of using language more vague. I was
Whoa,
looking
whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down. Why does logic necessitate only one meaning?
because
What was his reasoning for that? Obviously, I don't agree, but okay.
the properties of logic only work when you have a precise single definition to words.
That's
You're making a lot of
how the
background
hell
noise. I
could
don't
you
know what
ever
you're doing.
how could you ever establish such a claim?
Um, well, he was talking about the reflexive property, or the transitive property. But for A to equal A, or for A if A equals B and B equals C, for A to equal C.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
Western logic. But okay.
Yes, so you have to have a single invariable definition for these properties of logic to operate. Hence most debates are, even with Jennifer, constantly these word games or definition games where you're saying the logical
As
properties.
if I'm playing word games with you for no
Well,
reason.
you are.
But implying I'm not trying to teach you something in the process. If that's what I'm doing, which I'm not even going to go that far to say, so that's what I'm doing. Because there was an element of unfriendliness to I wouldn't want anyone to think this wasn't a friendly thing. But I mean, yeah, I guess A equals A means that if the meaning changes by even one attribute, then it's the equivalence relation is destroyed, basically. So there has to be a fixed meaning type of thing.
If A
Or
can
logic.
mean this or A means a bunch of things, then you say, well, A equals A, meaning that the A that can mean a bunch of things. But you say, well, if A means this, it equals A. But if A can mean this or can mean this, then A doesn't necessarily equal A. Just saying, like, if you're going to say, like a metaphor, we were talking, simile, metaphor, and analogy that have some crossover. If you're going to define a way where a metaphor is the exact same as an analogy, or a metaphor could be understood in a few different ways, that if you take it to mean this, then it doesn't necessarily equal itself. When a metaphor means this, it equals the metaphor that means that. I mean, means the same thing, but when a metaphor means something different, then it doesn't equal itself. And
Sure.
in the nature of language, you could be vague and ambiguous with language. Maybe like Penrose in his says,
Would you agree like language is pair consistent?
possibly, or we say that language is illogical or language is vague. I mean,
It's
possibly
not
like
illogical, because if it was illogical, there would be an impossibility of information conveyance, which clearly there is some minimal information conveyance.
um, well, there's different ways to understand. You say you could convey information illogically. You don't need
That's
logic to
correct.
convey information.
That's correct information, but you are still using logic to uh, get the information that was presented illogically. If you want to, I mean, if you're using my definition of logic, which isn't this one, so we should continue on with his definition, so I don't get lost here. Like I still haven't fully gone through all this, so I got to keep
Yeah,
on
that's my
track.
general complaint where you're kind of like Claire in that sense where you basically always want to say what you think as opposed to trying to understand something as is with separate from what you think or from what you're trying to say. Um, because I'm not really trying to add anything on my own here. I'm just going over someone else says or trying to understand the topic as itself without trying to convince people.
Yeah, I totally get that. And what works? Does that work? What actually gives you the right answer? Integrating yourself into the idea or trying to separate yourself from the idea? Which one actually works? I wonder. But anyway,
Yeah, I would say just learning
object
things.
has many properties. Properties don't have objects. He's just coming back to logic being incompatible when certain things are fuzzy, like objects and property relation.
I was going to throw out there. He doesn't mention this in the Penrose um, adaptation to the Gödel and completeness theorems that say that consciousness is non-computive. That the nature that Gödel and completeness theorem was made by the mind of man, and so if you can't have a consistent and what's slipping me the Gödel's and completeness theorem, but yet man made up the theorem, and so Penrose's conjecture that mind is not computive.
Yeah.
And so if you put that to language, that man understands language, even whether language is logical or not, that there's some non-computive ability of the human mind to process language, even if it's not.
I don't think that's what his claim is, because he's not saying computational equals logical. Don't think he can make that leap without destroying Western philosophy.
Well, that might be what he's saying.
If he hasn't actually come out and said it, you may think what he's saying is equivalent to that, but I've never heard him say anything along those lines.
I mean, I read The Emperor's New Mind, and his other book, and I would put. I do think that's what he's saying. I mean, language would just be one aspect to demonstrate that, but I'd have to review and you pull out an exact quote from The Emperor's New Mind to.
Okay, sure. Well, I have like to hear what you think. So this slide seems to be saying that a thing is not reducible to its properties.
Yeah, there's a distinction between the object and property.
Yeah,
That
an
that
object
you
is not
can have.
reducible to its properties is a statement. I don't know if you want to say metaphysical assertion, but yeah, this is definitely cool. I
They're
get it.
saying the object is not. It should have a definition independent of its property. So you call it the problem anti-reductionism. The use of has. So say an object, he's going to look at it in
He's
English.
going to say we can solve it linguistically through order of verb conjugation. If you just go back one slide.
We're probably forward. So
Yeah, no,
let
this
me.
one. Man has no. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, sorry, it's not this one.
No, it's other way. So let me cover this first. Go. You make your point when I come to it. So he's going to start. The problem is with the word is, which equates objects to their properties, or even looking at the English word is to be like equal or equivalent. So is in language is not the same. It cannot be transferred to a logic signifier like equals or equivalent. So when we speak, we use is all the time, but it can't be transferred to logic, and you're going to have the same issue with the word has. That that we're speaking and we use is and has all the
Well, I don't
time.
know how strictly true that is because in math is equals, but okay. I
Well,
guess
if
if
you
you have
define
is
it,
and has at the same time, that's a problem.
um, well, I mean, mathematically, you're saying that I'm not sure if is a mathematical term. If you were trying to define what an equal sign is, or
Yeah.
but the point is unclear, and so
When
and
I
also
tutored math
has.
and whenever is appeared in a question, it was always equal. So there's that. Could
Well,
be
let's say
that.
there is no is in math. There's equal. And if you want to say is equal,
Yeah,
then
it is.
there's no distinction between is and equal. So there is no is in math, and is just equal. But these concepts that we have is and has.
Has is you're already assuming that something exists and that there's a property, and has is that which associates a property with that which exists. Whereas is just an assertion about existence.
Well, he's disproving what you're saying. That saying that the if is equal, then the reflexive property applies. But you can show examples of is in speech where the reflexive property can't apply. So is clearly
Sure.
can't be the same thing as equal. Equal implies the
No, I'm not
reflexive.
saying it is. I'm saying in math it is.
No, it isn't.
It is in math, but not in standard English. Do you have a degree in math? Because I do.
I don't think math uses is. If they do, I'm saying of all the
They
math,
do, though, because that's how questions are phrased.
well, all the math books I have, I mean, even like right here on my desk, the Oxford Text and Logic, and it opens up defining these things. So there's no universal logical terminology, and all of these books define at the very beginning the terms. And I'm not sure that some might define is as equal, but I don't think most of them will define a word like is. And if you're going to put is as the same thing as equal, then is would necessitate the reflexive property.
The perimeter of a square is 16 centimeters. What is the length of the square?
Yeah, but that's just an English expression,
That's what I was saying.
conversational
That's what
form.
I was saying. That's what I was saying.
It's in
It's
the
not
mathematical
it's not true in
terminology.
English, but it's true in math.
No, because in math you would use the equal sign. If you meant equals, you would use equal. You wouldn't use is.
Unless there was a question that was written in plain English, which happens all the time in math.
Um, I don't think so. I mean, if not, if it's in the
Well, maybe you
math.
can get a degree in math like I have and let me know what
Yeah,
you
I mean,
think
your appeal to authority.
afterwards.
I'm not
It's an
buying it.
appeal to experience. You're appealing to absolutely nothing.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're just wrong. I mean, you
Pretty
have
sure
math,
based
you have
on
you have
nothing.
symbols, and if they wanted to express it precisely, they would use the symbols. So you wouldn't use a vague thing like is. You might express it in words to help convey an understanding, but when something is trying to be precisely given over, they would use the symbolic form, and most to basically all text and math and logic start out defining these terms, and is rarely one of the defined terms. Is might be a word used to define terms, but it's not the term itself. So I mean, we just agree to disagree. That I don't think you're right on that. Um, but what Delayla is saying is just noting a problem with the word is that equates objects to their properties, that where is can't be the same thing as equal or has. Both of these issues where is and has are problematic in terms of is being non-invertible or non-invertible, and has the object property distinction. So anti-reductionism, the higher level concept, is more fundamental than the lower level concept.
See, the problem here is that animal has mammal is not a well formed anything in English. I don't really know the meaning of that.
Yeah, I'm saying just like is, it's not a precise term. It's not mathematical.
You've completely missed my point again and chosen to remain to miss the point. Um, I'm trying to see what he's saying here. The higher level concept is more fundamental than the lower level concept. And then he uses an example that's nonsensical. Animal has mammal. That doesn't make any sense to me. What is the meaning of that expression?
Meaning that the category of animal includes mammal
Okay, so
that
it's saying
has
that mammal
the
is a
property.
subset of animal, and man is a subset of mammal, and two legs is a subset of man. Okay,
Animal is the
and
most
fundamentality
fundamental
is the
concept.
superset.
It
All right.
cannot be reduced to less fundamental concept like legs or hands. Therefore, we get the problem anti-reductionism, where the most abstract concept is the most fundamental concept. Contingent concepts are derived from abstract concepts.
I don't know why he would call that the problem of anti-reductionism. But anyway, are we going to read what's on that page there or what?
There's too many slides to read through all of them. I put the link in the chat. I'll put it one more time if people can open it up on their own because there's like 60 slides here. So, this is slide 8. So it's the talks about some of these examples he's taken straight from Bertrand Russell, the paradox of set theory, to so he's saying to construct the set leg, you must include the legs from, so to say, dogs or cats, or the category that they're coming from. Before you can know something about the leg, you must know that it is a dog or a cat. You cannot conceptualize a leg without visualizing the full cat or dog. Thus, the circularity is created. Leg is defined by dog and then defines dog. Circularity, like the chicken egg problem. Trying to construct a hierarchy bottom up, we get circularity. Thereby, we could never complete the bottom up construction. Anti reduction works if the highest concept is the most fundamental. Reductionism fails because of circularity. So here's the illustration. Leg is part of a dog, dog is part of a leg, leg has dog, and dog has leg. So if you push forward, despite the circularity, you get contradictions. Let's assume there's something called the leg. Let's not worry how it is defined by the object that has the leg. Then we can construct a contradiction due to mutual exclusion. So I don't know the benefit of him giving cat or dog here. Can't say I'm completely following all his points here, so let's go through. Um, so he claims the failure of reduction in classical physics. Physics abandons objects and relies only on properties. A particle is a tuple of position and momentum. Is that your understanding? Physics abandons objects and relies only on properties.
Not really, no. There's a lot of claims like that get thrown around. They'll say that it's not really about what it is, it's about what it does. So that's an assertion about like stuff like the Gibbs free energy, where we don't really know what matter is made of, but this equation on free energy, the delta G and delta H, they tell us what direction an equation or a reaction will proceed spontaneously in. So relying on properties is not really what physics is doing. It's relying on synthetic identities centered around known processes like an electron. So it's like, okay, this Gibbs free energy thing with these known substances, Gibbs free energy thing. Therefore, we infer an electron, which you could say an electron is an object, or you could say it's a property or a process. So that's where it gets kind of hairy. You've navigated off the slide, which is enormously discombobulating. So physics abandons objects and relies only on properties. Like, I don't think the term is object is defined precisely enough to be particularly meaningful in most cases, and I don't blame this author for that at all. But to say that physics relies only on properties, unless he's talking about like fundamental, like wave, particle, whatever they are, like the fundamental particles of, and that's what he put there as an example. Maybe a particle is a tuple of position and momentum. So that's this. He's calling the synthetic identity held together by the known processes of known numerical or whatever measuremental predictability being this particle thing, and he's calling that a property. I wouldn't, because I would sooner call a particle an object, but it's all just like, I mean, I don't want to say word games in a bad way, but words only go so far to describe concepts.
Yes, there's particle collections acquire additional irreducible properties like collection has temperature, pressure, irreversibility, nonlinearity, and exists in a probabilistic state, but an individual particle doesn't have temperature or pressure, is reversible and linear, and exists in a deterministic state. Reduction fails due to the differences between particle and collection. Gases, liquids, and solids are different kinds of collection. Each collection has additional irreducible properties like surface tension, refractive index. A set theoretic definition of a particle collapses, position and momentum cannot be measured simultaneously. All positions and all momentum cannot be measured simultaneously. A full truth, anything cannot be known always by everyone. The universal truth is that there is no universal truth. We cannot reduce the macroscopic to the microscopic. The microscopic particle is governed by quantum uncertainty. The macroscopic particle is governed by classical certainty. And so the empirical problem of calibrating scales. Measuring instruments cannot be scaled across long ranges. You cannot weigh a diamond ring with a scale used for weighing trucks. You cannot weigh a truck with a scale used for weighing diamond rings. There is no method for calibrating scales across ranges. Object measurements lose their meaning. You never measure against the same scale, and you cannot calibrate scales. The rational problem of incompleteness. Given bottommost layer axiomatically, we cannot construct higher layers. Each tier of reality requires a separate set of axioms. Thus, we get Gödel's problem, incompleteness versus inconsistency. We cannot derive laws of biology from chemistry, laws of chemistry from physics. We need lots of incompatible laws for each level of conceptual abstraction. So, two variations of broken circularity, broken empirical circularity, and broken rational circularity. So, broken empirical circularity, electron depends on kilogram, and kilogram depends on electron. Inconsistency, electron scale cannot be calibrated to kilogram scale. Incompleteness, kilograms cannot be constructed from electrons. Or broken rational circularity, cats and dogs depend on leg and ear depend on cats and dog. Incompleteness, cats and dogs cannot be constructed from fixed ear and leg. Inconsistency, cats and legs are two incompatible abstraction levels. Problem indeterminism. The problem of logical inversion becomes the problem of indeterminism. The problem of causality, induction of contextuality. So here's summary of problems. Many levels of irreducible and incompatible realities. One set of axiom rules works for one level, not for others. Axiom rule sets where multiple levels are mutually incompatible. The rules for each level are causally incomplete. We cannot have universal axiom rules for any level. Each level requires contextual axiom rules. Infinite fragmentation of truth into contradictory claims. Must know infinite axiom rules plus applicable cases. Reality can never be summarized or known completely. So modern academic reality, increasing fragmentation of knowledge, growing number of departments and subdepartments. Each department and subdepartment has many partially useful theories. Each theory contradicts the other theories in some way. Fragmentation limited by time, space, people, and money grows with more time, space, people, and money. The return on investment goes negative over time and ends academics. This is called the law of diminishing returns. We cannot get academic unity because contradictions cannot be resolved. Knowledge must be fragmented into infinite contradictory claims. So the reality is, this is almost the exact same for my um, impulse for the multiple truth hypothesis. So I'm saying it's a problem and there's no real solution. Therefore, you have the multiple truth hypothesis as a kind of like a statistical method or way to deal with the uncertainty. So, sheesh, the solution involves the use of modalities. There is only one problem. The problem of logical identity is it initially appears the problem of invertibility. X is Y, but Y is not X. Is set theoretical solution using has creates logical paradox. Answer these paradoxes by axiomatizing one layer leads to incompleteness. The problem of incompleteness becomes a problem of indeterminism in science. The problem of indeterminism is the problem of causal failure. The problem of causal failure is the problem of contextual causality. The problem of contextual causality rejects universal laws of nature, hence the shape-shifting demon. The problem of inversion is also the problem of logic. The problem of logic is also the problem of set theory. The problem of set theory is also the problem of incompleteness. The problem of incompleteness is also the problem of reductionism. The problem of reductionism is also the problem of causal indeterminism. The problem of indeterminism is also the problem of collapse of universal laws. So aspect true approach to problems like a cube of six faces. If you solve one problem, you turn the cube to see another face. You cannot solve all six problems simultaneously. Failure of solution, two meanings of words. Mammal has two meanings, the class that includes dogs, in essence, presence, and man. Due to the essence, we say man has mammal. By class, we say mammal has man. We avoid the contradiction due to two different mammal. Transcendence and immanence. Mammal is both transcendent to man and immanent in man. By transcendent, man is part of mammal. Man is a property of mammal. By immanence, mammal is a part of man. Mammal is a property of man. Transcendent mammal is an object. Immanent mammal is a property. Thus, man has a mammal by immanence of the property. Mammal has a man by transcendence of the object. Thus, the problem set theory resolved by two meanings. They're not simultaneous. Consciousness moves from one property to another by choice. They're mutually exclusive choices. Conscious is one thing, object, many things, property, choice of properties, and property when it is aware of the property. Two meanings becomes three meanings. These are not.
This is looking pretty explosive.
It's kind of interesting, and maybe I'll reach out to talk to him again.
I would love to go through these slides because this is really
I put the link in the
helpful
chat
for me
a few
for sure.
times.
I've seen it I
I mean, you
mean,
could reopen
I
it.
mean to go through the slides with him. That's what I meant to say.
The movement of consciousness, manifest and unmanifest, everything is in consciousness in unmanifest form. Hence, man has the property of two legs, mammalness, intelligence. By choice, the unmanifest becomes manifest. At manifestation, consciousness becomes two legs. Therefore, we can say man is two legs and man is intelligent, but they do not equal each other due to separate unmanifest forms. The movement of consciousness is the axiom of choice in set theory. By choice, various sequences of set elements are manifest. That sequence is the order of conscious events or experience. Has a is a wants a. Many properties lying unmanifest in consciousness has a. Same property is converted to manifest state by choice. Wants a. Upon manifestation, consciousness becomes a property. Is a. So the change in set theory. Replace all sets and objects with persons. A person is an object with many properties. The properties lie on manifest. So a person is also a set. The object set manifests a property by choice. The object set becomes a property by identification. Multiple choices are not true simultaneously. The axiom of choice in set theory is replaced by consciousness. The set object is consciousness. Choice is itself triggered action. An axiom of identification must be added. I am this. Once something manifests, the person identifies with it. So man is a set and an object. The property of the man are unmanifest in all men. Hence the man has a leg. The manly leg is different from a dog's leg because manliness is immanent in the man's leg, but not in the dog's leg. The unmanifest becomes manifest upon focus. So you just talk the problem, the transitive property. If A equals B equals C, if a man's leg is like a dog's leg, then a man's leg equals a dog's leg, which is obviously false. So here in this case, by using immanence, you could see that the man's leg does not falsely equal the dog's leg. So everything is a person, original person, personhood and subsequent person. Person is a property of original person and subsequent person. Subsequent person is a property of original person. Person is also a person. When subsequent person is fully conscious of personhood, we could say that a person has now realized his personhood. At other times, the person has personhood but is unaware of it. So the solution to the problem of causality, if C1 causes E1, then C1 is both transcendent and immanent to E1. Sufficiency, C1 transcendent to E1, called uh, Satkaryavada in Sankhya philosophy. Necessity, C1 is immanent to E1, called Arthavadya in Mamasa philosophy. The effect can be known from the cause. Sufficiency, the cause is a potential of sufficiency. It can cause, the cause is known from the effect. Necessity, the effect is the necessity of reality. There is no other cause. The causal rule of choice, both C1 can cause E1, that is just sufficiency and potentiality. Choice needed for C1 to cause E1, which are necessity and reality. Thus, we get three modalities in yet another way. The potentiality of C1, the choice equals the person called individuality, and rationality of context equals time, place, and role. All choices are not always rational. Reality is the combination of potentiality, context, and choice. So alternative ways to describe modes: original man equals potentiality, contextuality, and choice. The potentiality is also called universal or the original man. The choice of this person is his individuality. A choice contextually manifests a subsequent child as his part. The whole and the part are related as the role of the part in the whole. The whole is present in the part as an essence. Necessity for semanticism. Two minds can have the same idea. The idea is one, but is in two places. We cannot treat that idea as a ball because it is in two places. The idea transcends both minds, and yet it is within each mind. Similarly, the hand transcends two bodies, but it is in two bodies. There's no problem if the hand and the body is like the idea and the mind. The problem exists when the hand is like a ball in a box. We have to reconceive the hand as an idea rather than as a thing Then we get the original handness, and subsequent hands. Um, so try. So looking at this, it seems it's not Platonic because it's Vedic from his conception, but it's also possibly in line with the Platonic forms. Although there's much dispute about what Platonic forms are.
Are you
Try
familiar
putting.
with the 24 cosmological creation principles?
Not sure.
Because it reminds me a lot of that.
Tripart nature of reality. Bhagavan, original person. Paramatma, personhood. Brahman, subsequent persons. Subsequent persons are less capable than original person. Hence, they are parts of the original person. Subsequent person is called a person due to the personhood in him. Thus, an incomplete person is still a person. It's the example of the elephant, spirit first master, matter. Matter is the same reality as seen by blind men, calling parts cylinder, sphere, plane, and line. The blind men do not see the whole and hence describe parts incorrectly. The parts remain mutually contradictory concepts. Spirit is the same reality seen by visionary men, calling the parts trunk, tail, stomach, and ears. The visionary men see the whole and then describe parts correctly. The parts are reconciled into a single understanding. Epistemological measures of truth, truth concept, diversity, unity, and diversity and unity, falsity concept, diversity, contradictions, fragmentation, and completeness. Truth, reality, multiple levels of reality following the same set of complete rules. False reality, multiple levels of reality following different set of incomplete rules. Truth, progress, decreasing number of rules applicable to greater domains over time. False, regress, increasing number of rules applicable to smaller domains over time. So, where did logic go wrong? The materialist assumption of binary logic, the problem of Platonism. There is an original man in the Platonic world. The original man is reflected imperfectly in a substance called matter. This reflection can be called the essential man. The reflection of original man in substance creates subsequent man, but there is no definition of imperfect and perfect because original man is not a fundamental concept. It is penguin and imperfect is a penguin and imperfect man is a table and imperfect dog. Aristotelian solution: reject the distinction between perfect and imperfect. Use forms and substance only for perfect forms. A circle is a perfect round. A square has equal sides and right angles. 2 plus 2 equals 4 exactly. It is not 3.95. An imperfect circle is not a circle. An imperfect square is not a square. This limitation of logic to arithmetic and geometry is a theoretical form. The distinction between perfection and reality is dissolved. Logic can only be applied to these perfect forms. The limitation of Aristotelian logic: we cannot use logic on men um, because logic is restricted to perfect forms. Principle of identity, one definition, many synonymous definitions. So rejecting object property distinction: a square does not have 4 equal sides. It is 4 equal sides. There's no such thing as an object called square apart from 4 equal sides. The square is identical and equal to 4 equal sides. The object property distinction was collapsed in logic by the identity principle. Thereafter, a particle doesn't have position and momentum. Rather, a particle is position and momentum. Axiomatization of bottommost layer. Points are real and axiomatically true. Lines are constructed from points. A line does not have points. A line is points. A square does not have lines. A square is lines, which is points. How do you define points? Equate each point to one number. How do you define number? Axiomatize them as digits. How do you define digits? Axiomatize them as numerals from 0 to 9. Every binary 0 to 1 is real. Any numeral set is real. There's no fixed reality. Reality is simply a choice, and everyone can choose for themselves. So Gödel's incompleteness. Upper levels of reality cannot be reduced to lower levels. A man is not fixed on universal collection or universal collection of digits. The use of has creates logical paradoxes. Circularity: higher level and lower level concepts are defined circularly. Hence, we can never speak about the higher levels of reality. Macro is not reducible to micro, but macro has. Micro is paradoxical. Inability to speak about macroscopic reality is incompleteness. The problem of causal inversion. X causes Y does not entail Y is caused by X. Y can also be caused by Z. Logic assumes that inversion is true. If X is Y, then Y is X, but the real world does not support inversion of causal claims. Hence, logic cannot deal with all causal scenarios correctly. Logic works only when cause effect relation is invertible. Each cause has only one effect, and each effect only one cause. So, kicking the can down the road. Since the time of Aristotle, the problem has been postponed to later. By postponement, one problem transforms into another problem. The six faces of the same problem are seen one after another. This creates the illusion that there are many separate problems. By hiding the revealing different problems, it seems there is no problem, since every problem can be solved to create another problem. Flawed or logical responses, how different people react to this problem. There's a problem of self-reference, principle of identity, or A equals A is also self-reference. So if self-reference is the problem, then A equals A is a problem. It is well known since the Greek times as the liar paradox. I am a liar. So if I'm lying and I'm truthful, but if I'm truthful, then I'm lying. If there were two I's, the one who lied in the past and the other is telling the truth now, which were identical in one way and different in another, then the paradox wouldn't exist, such as the I conception also requires use of modalities. Identity means the liar can never tell the truth, and the truthful can never lie. So this is a problem of consciousness. Since self-reference is created only in consciousness, again, self-reference exists even if the principle of identity, or A is A. The same problem exists in set theory, number theory, and physics. The world that conforms to mathematics inherits the same problem. How can the problem be limited to consciousness when it is pervasive? This problem doesn't bother me. What is me? Does it not involve self-reference? If self-reference is illogical, then the sentence "it doesn't bother me" is illogical. To be logical, we have to stop using words like I, me, and mine. I and me involve self-reference. Mine involves an object-property relationship. All sentences that begin with I are logically contradictory because I is illogical and so is man, refer to the set theory paradoxes. The correct solution is to maintain silence and never speak anything. Maybe we cannot know anything or everything. Well, if you study the problem end to end, then your conclusion would be that we cannot know anything because everything is logically problematic. Buddhists who studied the problem concluded that we cannot know anything, hence they articulated voidism. Nothing exists because it is illogical. Then Advaitins studied the problem and concluded that I exist, but I cannot use the word I. There is no individual self because self is illogical. So you can choose between I don't exist, or nothing exists at all. But the question would then be who is speaking and who knows this. Perhaps it will be solved later. This is another instance of kicking the can down the road. For 2,500 years, this can is kicked down the road without a solution. So do we have a timeline by which we hope to solve the problem? Similarly, a hope is legitimate only if it is not logically impossible. There's no hope when it is logically impossibility. Religion is independent of logic. Then why does the problem of evil exist, in which God is both good and evil? How can part of God suffer without God suffering? If God is the soul and the soul are separate, then why are they not independent? If God and the soul are the same, then why is the soul not God? If the soul is actually God, then why is God suffering right now? If God and the soul are separate and inseparable, then is religion illogical? So, coming terms to reality, from grief to the demise of logic to happiness. I think he added slides. He must have updated this. I think it was shorter when I it was like I think he added slides since I looked at this a few days ago. Coming to terms with reality, so just that we're almost done. From grief to the demise of logic to happiness. So the seven stages of grief: shock, the problem doesn't exist. One who talks about it is a fool. Denial, the problem isn't serious. We should actually know a lot of things. We actually know a lot of things to be true. Anger, I've been cheated. I was never told about these things. Bargaining, maybe we can postpone it to later and focus on immediate things. Depression, there's no reality, no truth, nothing exists. I don't exist. Testing, will your proposed alternative even work? How can you be so sure? Acceptance, yes, I understand that the alternative is indeed perfect. So quality thinking, quantity combinations are linear and reductionistic. Quantities follow commutative, associative, and distributive laws. cannot explain why new properties exist in combination. Quality combinations are nonlinear and non-reductionist. This is how every combination has new irreducible properties. Qualities are axioms and laws of quality. Combination is logic. Six classes of qualities as six aspects of a person. Aspects approach to a solution. Replace all objects and sets with persons. This is a whole person, original person, and complete person. Other persons are part of the whole. The whole is a set. Irreducible properties is a combination. The set is a quality. The whole manifest the part by choice. The whole is a person. The manifest parts are properties of the whole. The whole is an object. The whole truth can be known. The whole is a property of the part. Everything is a set quality, person, object, and properties. The same thing being set, object, and property is contradictory. Adding personhood and quality resolves all contradictions. The new paradigm of science, model reality. The mind is unique quality. The mind creates thoughts by choice. The mind becomes thought by identification. The mind is not thought because it shifts to other thoughts. Thoughts is from, by, for, and of the mind. Is the mind is qualitatively different from thoughts is latent and can be manifested by choice. By the mind manifests the thought. For thought is produced for the mind's pleasure. Of mind becomes thought as one of its forms. One word summary. Uh, Badabeda, Badabiba means distinction and identity. Mind and thought are distinct and identical. Uh, Badaheda is inconceivable under objection of model of reality. Badabita is conceivable under personalist model of reality. So, what is religion? We are thoughts of God. Is God? There's a supreme person, the highest quality. From, we are created from God, hence we are part of God. By, we are created by God, hence we are not identical to God. For, we act for God's pleasure, hence we are servants of God. Of, we become thoughts of God, hence God is aware of us. How spirit becomes matter. Matter, thought expanding from and by God. For and of us, God creates the world. We think it is our reflection. God controls the reflection, and we are powerless against his will. Spirit, thought expanding from and by us, for and of God. We create the world. God thinks it is his reflection. We control the reflection, and God is powerless against our will. Bada Biba means of matter and spirit. Matter and spirit follow the same model with a minor difference. For and of oneself is material. For and of God is spiritual. For and of oneself mandates choice and responsibility. Order in nature is potentiality, choice, and responsibility. The responsibility of choice is bondage. For and of God mandates choice without responsibility. Order in nature is only potentiality and choice. Freedom from responsibility is liberation. India, Indian, and Indianness. The same thing is spoken in three ways. India is one thing, an object. India is a collection of things, set of Indians. Indians have Indianness in them, essence. Awareness of essence transforms an Indian into India. Set produces objects and relates to them. India produced Indians. India is a mother. Indians serve India. Love from child to mother. India nourishes Indians. Love from mother to child. Impersonalism versus personalism. Impersonalism, India is a set or object. Personalism, India is a mother. Western science is the impersonalism of everything. Everything is an object or a set of objects. You control, know, and utilize an object for your pleasure. Knowledge is for dominating and exploiting everything. Vedic science is the personalization of everything. Rivers, forests, mountains, animals, humans, nations are all persons. You serve a person, respect a person, love a person, and they do so too. Knowledge is for serving, respecting, and loving. The real wokeness, science, stop thinking of everything in terms of objects and sets. Start thinking of everything in terms of personhood. Society, discard the culture of control, domination, exploitation. Embrace the culture of service, respect, and love. Person, reject selfishness, individualism, and antagonism. Accept selflessness, connectedness, and unification. Okay, so that was somewhat time consuming, but hopefully it was worthwhile to go through all of that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I certainly wouldn't have had the fortitude to get through all that, and he really didn't go much into that on T Jump's show.
That was a response to T Jump. So he put that together after T Jump's show, probably inspired by his performance or difficulties in the conversation with T Jump.
Yeah.
And I doubt T Jump will look at that, and I'm not sure if T Jump has like follow ups and or is really that much into interested. He wants to just focus on this. Can you prove God? And yeah, I doubt T Jump would really be able to pay enough attention to listen to that. Oh, sorry. Let
It's
me.
just the complexity of the arguments that push back on that position are. It's not something you can entertain in the middle of a debate.
Real.
You need to mute one of them because you're echoing pretty bad there.
Yeah, I apologize. I hadn't finished.
I don't know if you noticed that Bubblegum Gun joined. I don't know if he's still there or what's up, but the reason I gave him the link was because he said he might be debating on evolution sometime.
Okay, I'll be done in like 10 seconds.
He also said BRB, so I don't know what's up. Maybe just let us know. I don't even know if you can hear us, but go ahead, Doooovid.
Okay, I had a few more links I forgot to share. So, Mob Talk, I did Mob Talk with John Wolf.
I can't hear you.
Did you mute me? Hello? Test. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you just... Okay, I can't hear you. So I'm just going to have to rejoin. There must be something wrong on my end, but I think your audio is still
going.
On
your end. I checked it. I checked audio. I'm coming through on the stream. So I'll just finish this up while you figure it out, but I think the audio is working for the stream. So I did Mob Talk with John Wolf, and it was a decent show. You can see got over 100 views. He had to split it up, so hopefully he'll get his tech together. And so tomorrow, 2 p.m. ET, again, I will be doing another Mob Talk with John Wolf. We started talking about Jewish-Italian relations and the nature of mafia, not in terms of like crime and violence, but in the extended network of families. Like mafia just use Latin, Italian for family, like mishpacha in Hebrew, and the extension of family networks that could include a crime leg. And we ended up talking like about the nature of ethnic breakdowns in urban areas, of how different ethnic groups specialize in different things, like Italians in waste disposal, concrete demolitions, various things. And then we ended up talking quite a bit about Black Jewish relations or Black Italian relations, or politics and City Hall. So we'll see. Hopefully, we'll do again tomorrow. And so, memes of destruction hit the road, and
yeah, it's actually happening. That's pretty exciting stuff. That's making his what's he calling it? A monastery? Exciting times.
I'm not sure if it's literally just the basement in his house. So if you're literally just in the basement of his house, so that he calls the monastery. But Memes, I guess he's in Utah, and Memes was traveling west, and so he met up, and Thad actually let him stay at his house, I guess, and they did a 30-minute stream. They called the Physics Monastery, and then Thad showed him this, and that looks like Jennifer's 3D periodic table. And it's a little different. She uses balls, like I was saying, the other periodic table from...
Yeah, that is what it is.
I mean, really, it's like the one I showed last week. It's a slightly different form that was two-dimensional but stuck into a three-dimension. So I'm not sure if Thad had spoke to you or was inspired by you, or if he came up with it independently on his own.
Probably totally independently,
So if Memes is around, We'll see if he wants to give a report on his um, meeting with Thad, and especially his Thad's model that is similar to the Jennifer's 3D periodic table. So that is my whole week in review. So it would have only took like 45 minutes, but we did a full like 45 minutes on Ashish Delaylas. And I think like relatively what Ashish is saying is probably pretty, it's probably quite similar to how Jennifer views things, because I mean it's more like a Hindu Advaita view of personhood.
It's hard to say because I really haven't looked at it from that perspective at all. From like the universal ego perspective, I
And
haven't
just
really
so
studied
solely,
that much.
you say Italians specialize in plumbing, mushrooms, and evil. Well, I mean, from the mob perspective, Italians specialize in waste disposal, and almost every major city in Metro Detroit, the Italians handle waste disposal. If God forbid, relation to like the mafia and violence, it would be the disposal of dead bodies. God forbid. But the legitimate arm of, and I'm not even sure the connection, but like New York, Detroit, he's there in New Orleans, almost every city across America, there are Italian companies that do waste disposal, and it's interesting. But that's not the only thing. So there's certain things that ethnic groups dominate, and like city contracts and various things. But one of the biggest connections between the mafia and Italians is their domination of waste disposal, and that would be specific, God forbid, to the related crime syndicate, where in urban areas like Orthodox Jews are arranged as large family networks, where you could kind of hone in people, keep track of your own, because they're an organized structure through like the Catholic Church or rabbis, where you could keep track and make sure that your people fall in line, and then you have certain business leaders, business interests, and all live together in ethnic community. At least in New York City, you still have ethnic Italian neighborhoods. Some places across the U.S., you still have ethnic Italian neighborhoods. A lot of the ethnic neighborhoods are on the decline. Orthodox Jews, related to like Jewish mafia, because you still have ethnic Jewish neighborhoods. You have, um, the classical definition of mafia, which just means the extended family network, which will include organized crime and violence. So tune in tomorrow if you're interested. John Wolf, 2 o'clock.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I wish
Jennifer,
you the
the
best of
Irish,
luck
she's
with that.
talking Staten Island. Sorry to keep on interrupting, just the chat. So the Irish are in Staten Island. So you have the Irish mafia also in a certain way that you have Catholic extended family networks. And the Irish they're not as powerful but they are also in construction trades and various things. But the reason you have Irish mafia is because you have an ethnic neighborhood that has organized extended family networks that are basically organized through the Catholic Church. And like Jennifer, possibly remnants of like Irish mafia that would have been extended family networks, loosely organized or strongly organized through the Catholic Church. So I'll wrap it up there.
Sorry about the delay there. I was just adjusting my thing on the screen. Just to come back real quick to what we were talking about with that earlier is yeah, like is his thing the same as mine? I can't really say because I haven't seen the math derived in a way that it makes sense to me. And if there's too many leaps, then I don't know if there's been an imprudent, non-judicious use of the infinity concept. So I obviously need to
Well, like the
investigate
useful charts, it's
that.
the same as yours in the 14918. I mean 14916. So that's
flat.
why I meant
The
like in that
paper is
sense, it's a
probably
three-dimensional.
flat in the sense that it's two-dimensional. So it shares that property with the HF8 complement, the HF8, and the quantum periodic table. So the question as to what it is, I mean, I can say what it looks like, but I don't know if that's actually what it is. But what you're looking at is a paradigm for modeling 3+1 as a superposition. So superposition being like a mathematical shape that tells us where or how something can happen in advance of it happening. All right, let's just see here. My thing decided to crash. All right. Yeah, so what this diagram that I've got on the screen is the corresponding components. It's not every single sphere touching or connected to every other sphere. It's the orbitals creating a path within themselves, which connects all the positions relative to each other, which is what I was trying to convey with this diagram, like going through step by step and setting up a superposition, which is kind of like when you think about integrating under a curve, how there's like this stuff you're integrating over. This is kind of like that, but it's granular. So in the math formalism, dx is not actually physically real. It is just a concept to go to an infinitely small limit. Whereas here, you're talking about a physically real dx. That's why it's like, okay, it sucks. So we got to come back to the axioms and check the axioms and blah, blah. But if it's going to be right, it's only going to be right one way. So that's just one little thing I wanted to mention there. But Doovid, what do you think? Do you want to chat with Bubbles now? Because he's back. He's got possibly a debate coming up.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. I mean, if you want to do, if he's in a hurry, you want to bring him on, or if you have a week in
He really
review.
wants to go watch Dr. Medicare or whatever you young whippersnappers are doing these days there to say stay cool. I never know. You got to come tell me what's going on there. But
So Bubbles, you
apparently,
got to work on your delivery.
yeah,
And
honestly, Bubbles, I have I don't want to put too much pressure on you here, but you could have done a lot better than you did with T Jump. T Jump, again, I'm going to say, T Jump being shitty in that debate doesn't excuse you not making good arguments. And I want you to make at least one good argument in this next one, please.
I didn't say that. Like you're on week in review, that you quickly, like for those of you who aren't familiar with me, even though most people are familiar with me, like this is who I am, and I will be appearing on this channel debating this topic in the way where you're giving clear roadmaps to the viewership, and just for week in review and your debate, which is a simple thing to work in. So instead of just jumping straight into the conversation, to give a little roadmap to the audience so it makes sense and how to.
Oh, I tried that. Yeah, I tried to do that with G-Jump, but he muted me
I mean,
through the
even just
entire
for
debate.
week in review, saying, so it's like, okay, Jennifer said a little, but just say like, what's going on? What are you going to be debating? Why are we talking about what we're talking about?
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm kind of new on modern day debate. I've been trying to get there for a while. The last debate I had there was with Snake was Rights versus in Atheist Juniors, and I was teamed up with LPP. And so I'm gonna have another debate coming up, probably with Mark Reed, if James lets me have like a partner, because I have trouble finding partners because I'm not a Christian creationist. And as for the T-Jump debate, well, that's the thing. T-Jump didn't even let me debate. He kept muting me through the entire debate. And this is no different than the tactic Dawkins uses, which is just abuse his mute controls. That's no longer
Did he actually introduce himself before launching into the diatribe about the celebs? Because if he did, it was incredibly short, and I missed it.
Who are you talking about?
You. Did you actually say anything about yourself before launching into this diatribe?
No, because you brought up that you brought up the T-jump debate.
So this is about you, dear.
Yeah,
First
I
of
was
all,
gonna,
practice.
yeah.
Hi, I'm Bubbles. I play video games 23 and a half hours a day.
I wish.
I like dropping comments in chat, not explaining, and leaving. I'm just kidding. But do you have that? Do you have some sort of an explanation? Not even an explanation.
Well,
An introduction?
well, I'm just Bubbles, and like I'm not very well known, so it's just a name.
It's
I
not
guess I'll
about
become.
that. You're not supposed to say, hey, I got clout on the internet when you introduce yourself on an MDD thing. It's about who are you and why, like what Doovid said, what's the context? Why ought you be here? And for someone of your
So,
stature who has little experience, I would speak to your interests. I
Well,
wanted
put
to
it
be
this way,
because
giving
of
the
this.
roadmap to the audience. So it's
Okay.
like an introduction, just to make things easier in people's mind. Saying
yes.
for those of you who haven't heard of me before, just a few, like your properties. We were talking like object and property. A
Okay.
few
I guess
properties of yourself that people like. Okay, I'm Bubbles, and if let's say you want to remain completely anonymous, you don't want to get, but and I like science and spirituality. Just two
okay.
tidbits that you get property, and then a
I guess.
roadmap, the direction where the people listening to you, uh, you've informed them before you do it, where you plan on taking them.
Yes. I guess I could expand a bit more upon myself. Well, as you all know, on Bubbles, I rarely do debates. I try to stay off the clout. I don't want to attract attention to myself. So I'm mostly in the background. I just do like back alley debates. I barely, and since like I'm basically the only polytheist, the only apologist on the internet that I know for polytheism, and so I have very unique arguments that the monotheists can't use, and that's I think it's one of the reasons I'm known because
God forbid Norvin.
I was just thinking there's tons of right-wing polytheist
One of the
apologists.
pagans, like like Norvin Hobbs, who I was actually supposed to debate on JF, and he backed out because his cat was sick or his dog was sick. But there's a handful of far
Oh, I
right.
guess the cat got sick with I don't want to lose a debate to Dooviditis, eh?
Well, give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe his dog really was sick and he was worried. But I was supposed to debate on monotheism versus polytheism on JF, and he was a North Odinist or
that's
Ashuvera or
true.
whatever.
Probability of non-dumpster fire sub 1%.
But I'm saying there are a handful of polytheists. Most Hindus claim to be monotheists. You might
Yeah.
find some Hindus that would openly defend polytheism, although most Hindus, even if they have a hard time arguing monotheism, would try to claim themselves in polytheism. Atheism is so large. So I would agree that you as a polytheist, even Jennifer as a pantheist, is probably more popular than polytheist, besides for like the
Yeah, I think people generally have a distaste. Well, atheists generally have a distaste for God.
you're the bad guy of the Bible. I mean, you're going to be a polytheist. You're straight up, I'm the bad guy that the Bible talks about.
Yeah, I'm like the villain. I'm like the
Of
villain.
the most famous book in the West, or even
Well,
the whole world. I mean, you could embrace that, and you could even put it into your opening statement, like I'm the one your Bible warned you about, but
well,
they
in a
were
way,
wrong.
yeah, I'm a villain to all sides, even
Oh,
atheists.
what
I
about
mean,
this? Including in your introduction, I've been following the debate circuit and then just name drop a couple channels like MDD and other stuff since however long you've been following it for. And maybe
well,
say which styles of arguments are you interested in? Something like
well,
that.
well, I think people in the chat know me on Modern Day Debate because I think I was there.
Excuse me, are you debating with the premise of what I'm saying?
No, I'm just saying.
I hope
like
not.
I think no, but people like on Modern Day Debate, like the chat knows me because I've been there since like nearly the
That's
beginning.
debating with the premise of what I'm saying. I'm not wrong to say that
No,
you
I'm
ought
not saying.
to
I'm not
say
saying
what you're
wrong.
interested in. The
When's
audience
the debate
knowing
scheduled
of your
for?
existence, first of all, that's not a fact. Every single audience member, if you think they know who you are, that's unrealistic.
When's this debate scheduled for?
Probably Friday on the 4th.
Okay, but it's not. They haven't made the link. I just checked for it.
Yeah.
You're saying that next week, this week, you don't have to do that much an introduction. It doesn't matter whether people know you. You know, saying that
Yeah.
giving good intro. If you want to make slides, you want to say a little bit about yourself, you could put it in that way. You could do it in less than 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah, because I'm not looking for clout, because that's not what my channel is about. I'm not very interested in like this
Well,
topic.
it's not cloud. I say it's for the.
Yeah.
I mean, you could look at it cloud, but it's for the benefit of the
You
audience.
need to be more zen about clout. You do not decide how much clout you have. You
Well, even then, I'm talking about
the ocean that creates the clout. That is
I'm
all.
talking about yourself to develop clout. They're saying it's just for clarity that like the hero's journey, where people will relate to what you're saying the more they know about you. I mean, you call
think, yeah,
credibility.
I get you.
That you want to make yourself credible, and you know, obviously, if you're debating, you should have the minimal credibility of I'm a person who's put a lot of thought into research into this topic. Therefore, I'm the one you're watching debate it because I'm the person who's researched and thought a lot into it.
But I don't think I will ever make friends with atheists. So I try not
There's
to
nothing to
personally.
do with friendship. I'm saying just the minimal that you put out that you're saying that you have to establish a minimal amount of connection, credibility to the audience, and that somewhat in of establishment. You're debating straight evolution on modern day debate against Mark Reed, one-on-one.
I wish it was 1-on-1. James said I had to get a debate partner.
I would even volunteer, but if it's Friday, I can't because it'll be Sabbath.
I think I found somebody, but
you're asking Jennifer. You have someone else.
oh no, I already got somebody from off of Discord. I got a somebody who hasn't debated on modern day debate, but he is active.
And who's on the other side?
I know Mark Reed's one of them. I don't know about the other person.
Yeah, well,
but either way, it's saying that you don't have. I mean, you have to.
There are not a lot of people willing to take
you have
this
to
position.
establish
Bubbles.
yourself
What are
to
you
the audience.
thinking?
Is I will be the one presenting the arguments against evolution, and the reason why it's me is because you have some threshold level of credibility, you know, meaning that you know, if you don't want to give like your educational or streaming background, but like you're a person who's you know, explanation why you've put sufficient thought and research into the topic that it makes sense that you're the one debating in front of public, and it's interesting for other people to listen to you.
Oh, I think that would be my weakest spot because I have no background. So I'm just gonna let my argument speak for itself because it's such
thought and research into the topic.
Yes, it's such a simple argument.
You could say that and say, okay,
Yeah.
like you're not a scientist or don't have a academic background. If you want to, admit that and throw it out there, but you've been thinking about and following these debates for many years and have many thoughts and insights that you want to share. But it's just like a roadmap and a connection level, because it's hard for people to just go straight into arguments because they're going to connect the argument to you, and your credibility is, you know, your effort level that you've put some sort of work into this.
Well, yeah, I mean, I made such a simple argument that even a nobody off the street can comprehend the question. So even your average Joe can understand what I'm asking and draw the conclusion from it. But for those who don't know, the question is, if we all know there is intermediates between from one animal to another. For example, gray wolf to a Dalmatian. There's intermediates. They're not optional, and there's many of them. But if these intermediates exist, you should be able to name at least a single one, and they shouldn't be inferred, because if you're just simply inferring them, then evolution loses all credibility, and it's just a faith-based a theory.
Every single thing, including language, falls to that criticism. So the question is, qualify your criticism as particularly meaningful. Are you really telling me you haven't heard any good arguments against evolution?
I am making the defeater. Yes, I am. This is the feeder argument against evolution. Intermediates are not optional.
First of all,
These
you don't even understand the concept of intermediates because you said between a wolf and a dog. That's not what the question about intermediates is. It's more like what's the intermediate between a fish and a human? It's that type of intermediate.
no,
What's
those
the
intermediate.
intermediate between
They're
a monkey and a human? I'm not saying I'm taking that position. I'm saying that's more the nature of the question.
Are you
We have
claiming
we have evidence for wolves evolving into dogs. We can breed them together and
Jen, are
create
you
offspring.
claiming there is no intermediates between the Dalmatian and the
I'm
Grey Wolf?
claiming you are not understanding this, and you could have a great debate where you actually made good points, but instead you don't seem to want to craft
This
those
is the
arguments.
great point.
So I'm
No,
trying
you
to
want
encourage you to maybe craft some slightly
Jen,
more interesting arguments.
you know why it's to ask for an intermediate between dinosaurs is irrelevant?
First of all, I never said anything about dinosaurs.
Because you can't DNA test dinosaurs. So I'm bringing back the argument into an area where we can DNA test these animals, and so the atheist, the evolutionist, can no longer make a false claim. And so if he's going to claim that the Dalmatian came from the gray wolf, well, he's going to have to give an intermediate. If he can't give a single name of a single one, then it's just a faith-based argument. It's just faith-based theory.
Doovid, do you have any thoughts on this? That I've thought kind of the human history record and the domestication of dogs from wolves was kind of like a part of
it's made up.
So you're saying the whole folk wisdom of dogs being descendants from wolves?
Yeah, that's made up.
That's not a thing.
No, never.
Is it
happened.
realistic to think? Okay, whatever you believe that, fine. Is it realistic to think that people in the audience of MDD are going to buy that argument, or is that kind of more of a flat Earth type argument?
No, because it gets them thinking. Now they're thinking, why can't the evolutionists answer such a simple question? It's an evolution 101 question, yet they can't answer it. Why is it that? Because then I can take this very same argument and apply it to cats, apply it to bulls, apply it to horses, apply it to butterflies. And again and again and again, you'll find there is zero intermediates.
So, Doovid, you're still muted. I don't know if you want to hop in or what. If you have any arguments you would want to proffer for evolution, or
it's a devastating accumulative case.
It's one of the main. I don't say main. It's one of the it's the main arguments against evolution. That if you're going to argue the fossil record or the genetic code, because I'm sure Mark is going to say, well, there are intermediates. Like if you're looking from not necessarily monkey to man, but if they say they hypothesize that there was a common ancestor, and there are a handful of fossilized species of so-called intermediates. And if you're looking at any like we were talking earlier, categories like defined species from one to the other, and evolution happens very slowly over a long period of times, and changing from one species to the other would require intermediates. So your question is the fossil record?
Negative. It's not the fossil record, it's the genetic record. Because
the genetic record, they're saying that there's no genetic record of intermediates.
Yes, because if they want to debate me on dinosaurs, I can't falsify that. That's why I'm strictly sticking to in the circle of genetics. Because as soon as they go outside the circle of genetics to like extinct animals like dinosaurs, I can't falsify those claims. So I'm not going to debate from there.
So you're gonna just bring it down to that. You're arguing the lack of intermediates, and that's the one thing you're going to focus on, or are you going to give a series of arguments?
Well, it's an accumulative case, because he won't be able to give an intermediate between and he won't be able to give it for dogs. He won't be able to give it for bulls and horses and butterflies, because there is none. So
if you're talking evolution from the creation of life to the building blocks of life to modern day man, so if you're just talking from like proteins, mRNA, RNA, to a single cell, from viruses to bacteria, let alone from dogs to wolf, from primates to humans. I mean, from the common ancestor of monkeys to humans. All of those have intermediates, and the common argument is there's not enough intermediates in the fossil record. I mean, you're going to go but I'm just mentioning, you could also, well, what's the intermediate between viruses and bacteria, or at any level of supposed evolution that there's no intermediates.
Heck, we don't even have intermediates between, I think, proteins.
Okay. Is that enough of an argument, a lack of intermediates?
It's a devastating argument.
It's not.
So
the evidence
The
of
same
it
argument is,
both.
oh, can you define that? Oh, well, what does that mean? Oh, well, what does that mean? You
No.
you flubbed up. You suck. Ha, you lose. It's that level of incompetence of an argument.
No.
It's not actually saying anything.
No, Mark Reed has to then admit that the intermediates are being inferred and they are not real, and he is simply inferring these intermediates because evolution is true, so the intermediates must be true.
And his pushback is going to be simply, it's the result of a cumulative beneficial mutations over time.
That's a nice fairy tale, and I can give me one of the intermediates.
Okay, so there's no need to have intermediates of arbitrary granularity in that theory. So you're asking for something that the theory on its own terms doesn't necessitate. And I'm saying,
yes,
that's a weak point. That's very weak in terms of actually being efficient. Maybe it stands up to it. This is not, what's the point of a debate? It's not about being right. It's largely about showmanship. And if you're just making one argument and coupling down on a single argument that is in and of itself quite weak, I might suggest just, has no one ever made any argument against evolution that you thought was compelling enough to perhaps repurpose for your own ends?
Well, most people include the intermediates as one of the major arguments, but if you want to phrase it clearly, that, I mean, so if you have to explain what evolution is to why intermediates are an integral part of evolution, but then the lack of evidence for intermediates, and if you're looking at two levels, so from the fossil record, you say, well, is it reasonable that we don't have these intermediates in the fossil record? The process appears to work, and even though we don't have substantial amounts of intermediates in the fossil record, that doesn't change their general belief about evolution. But then you're going to look at a genetic record to say, if there was, if, let's say our DNA, and in history our DNA was a primate, the common ancestor to primates, and then intermediates, that there would be residual code in our DNA for the intermediates. And I'm not an expert. I haven't looked that much into because I know that a lot of geneticists claim that evidence does exist, and there is, so to say, junk DNA, and they would claim that junk DNA is in fact a useless residual DNA from these intermediate steps. I don't know enough about that to intricately dispute. I don't know how much of the genome, if 70% of the genome, or of us is unused DNA, and it's unclear what it's used for, or there's different theories. But some evolutionists claim that that large amount of DNA that's not used is in fact the residual DNA of intermediate species.
Well, that's a straight up lie. And I can.
When you saying it's straight up lie, you're saying it's an unproven theory, or it's falsifiable. I mean, I don't think you're doing yourself a benefit to call it a lie. I'm saying it's a theory.
Well, I'll bet $1 million.
You say it's a false theory. A false theory is not the same thing as a lie.
No, yeah, you don't want to water down when you say something is inaccurate or false, or I mean, to say a lie is to infer an amount of intent. I don't know how much you could know about that, but
because they know
you want it to mean something. You want it to mean something, and in this case, it sounds like you're using it for inflammatory effect. which I think
No, it's a
actually dilutes your position because you're basically saying, well, I'm going to call anything a lie. Everything I don't
no,
like is a lie. You don't want to sound like that.
no, it's a
I just
lie
posted
because
a link in the chat.
Jen. Okay, I know
This,
it's a
if you want
lie.
to actually defeat evolution and actually make some progress and to
I'm
understanding
explaining.
evolution correctly, why don't you cite this study that I've got in the chat here? It's
Okay,
pretty
I
hard
know
to
it's
acknowledge.
okay. I know it's
The
a lie
evolutionists.
because I know it has function, and
A
I'm
lie
willing to bet.
implies that it could be true. Can it be true in language?
Here,
No.
let me finish it. I know it's a lie because they know that the so-called junk DNA has function, and I'm willing to bet $1 million that none of these people claiming that we have 30% junk DNA is willing to remove that so quote unquote junk DNA from their genome because they know it would kill them. So they know it has function. So so them calling them junk DNA, that's just a misnomer. They know it has function because none of them are willing to remove their so-called junk DNA because it would kill them. It's the same people. If you think ERVs or literally come from a virus, okay, go ahead, remove every single ERV from your body. You won't last a month.
So did you see the link that I posted in the chat? Again, I think these arguments are terrible. Just terrible. You are not.
If it's such a terrible argument,
do you know what due diligence is? Due diligence, very important concept legally. You're not doing due diligence into what the opposition.
I don't know why you're pushing on it, Jennifer. Like you're not giving the right because factually, it's one of the main arguments about evolution. That it's saying like if I were arguing against evolution, I might include 10 arguments, and the lack of intermediaries is one of the main arguments. I would say probably top 5 arguments.
Okay, that's fine. But
do
you understand why using a dog wolf example is not actually an example of what the lack of intermediates problem is? Lack of intermediates is like between a monkey and a human.
No,
I'm not saying that this is actually a problem. But between a dog and a wolf, why is that not a problem? Because those two can breed together. I've said this already. I don't know. Can the audience just
still require intermediates? Those are not optional. You still require an intermediate between a Dalmatian and a gray wolf.
It's not a fact. You keep saying that. Wait, I don't know what you're talking about.
Jen, are you saying a gray wolf can give direct birth to a Dalmatian dog? Is that what you're saying?
What in the hell are... Okay, see, again, what is with this?
Do you not...
What you're doing here is a straw man. Let me just say a comment here. Straw manning the other person's position in order to make their position look worse, makes your position look so pathetic that you have to throw stones at the opposition rather than just address their points. So you're trying to rephrase what I said in a way favorable to you right now. Can a wolf give birth to a Dalmatian? Can a Dalmatian and a wolf have a baby together?
Irrelevant, because
it's actually highly relevant, and for you to say it's irrelevant would suggest you don't really understand much about biology, which is a problem for a debate essentially centering around biology.
Jen, are you literally claiming?
I don't think Jennifer is saying it right. I think she's saying the right idea, but she's not actually. I mean, you might as well use the technical terminology in saying dogs and wolf are part of the same species, and generally intermediaries are considered between separate species, not within the same species. Then intermediary would be between one species becoming another species, not within a species. So if you want to argue that you need intermediaries within a species also, you could make that argument. But I mean, if you're focusing on intermediaries within a species as opposed to between species.
Okay, Jen, do you literally require intermediates between a Dalmatian and the gray wolf?
Let's come back to sanity, please. The argument...
You're the one sounding insane right now. You're claiming there is no intermediate.
The argument.
I don't know why you're taking it to such an extreme. Like, I mean, you say like, no, I mean, there's a difference between a wolf and a dog.
But she's claiming there is no intermediate.
One evolved from the other.
It's disanalogous because
there should be
try to breed a human and a monkey, it will not work. If
Well, I don't know
if
what
a
you're
wolf and
claiming
a
to
dog
work.
try to breed,
If it's a
it
valid
could
argument,
work,
it's
and
a
it
valid
easily
argument.
does work. Therefore, it's just analogous to the actual point being raised, which is the lack of transitional species in the fossil record of these not quite pre-humans and not humans. That's
Yeah,
I have to
just
say, I
that's
think
the main
Jennifer
example of the argument.
misunderstands the
I'm not even
argument.
saying it's a good argument. I'm just saying that if you're going to make the argument, don't make it on dogs because it doesn't apply.
yes, it
No, it
does.
does.
Ju-
It does. I
Just
mean, the
because
argument does. I mean, I don't think Jennifer is right. The argument does.
Okay, well, I guess agree to disagree, quote unquote, whatever.
Well,
yeah,
because
just because they can just because they can interbreed doesn't mean that one came from the other.
well, if you're saying one came from the other, so I mean,
And
most
if you are saying
evolutionists
that,
would say that they have a common ancestor, not that one evolved from the other. But even if they could interbreed, that there's, I mean, they're 99% genetically the same, but just being 99% genetically the same means that there's thousands of genetic differences. And if they have a common ancestor or one evolved from the other, that you wouldn't have a wolf and a dog, you would have thousands of intermediaries in between, but you have defined, um, the dog, the Canis familiaris, and the wolf, the Canis lupus. So they're both Canis, but they have a different family. They're from a different family, and so I mean there is genetic difference. Just because they could interbreed doesn't mean that there shouldn't be intermediaries. But I mean, if you want to say it very clear that evolutionary is claiming that they have a common descent or that one actually evolved from the other, that there should be more intermediaries between them, or you should see a gradation, a larger gradation from a dog to a wolf, as opposed to
yeah. So yeah, the wolf just can't give direct birth to a Dalmatian. And there should be, because evolution just supposedly happens in populations. So
when
there
you
should
get a
be
wolf hound.
Well, that's
There's a
like
specific phenomenon of the offspring of a wolf and a dog, if it's sometimes called a wolf dog or a wolf hound,
well,
a malamute.
well, mixing dogs isn't the problem because there's no intermediates between mixing I don't know, a Chihuahua and a Great Dane.
You're saying the offbreed of the two is not an intermediate.
Yeah, it's just a direct lineage right there. But they would be between a gray wolf and a Dalmatian because those are both pure breed. So you need the intermediates. They're mandatory. And I'm just asking for a single one.
Okay, they're mandatory according to what?
Evolution.
Okay,
Because
evolution doesn't actually predict that, though.
no evolutionist will be crazy enough to say there is no intermediates between these two.
Yeah, I mean, you're speaking too much hyperbole for. So, I mean, save the hyperbole if you want to use that technique for your debate to just make sure you have your technical details correct without the hyperbole. And you're saying the difference between two very similar species still probably has thousands of mutations. So, the difference between not even a dog and a wolf, but even two closer, uh, even things that are too closer would have thousands of mutations. And so an intermediary would be something that has just some of those mutations. And so I mean, there's the reason, according to evolution, why you don't have evidence of these, to say that just some of these mutations wasn't advantageous enough to survive. And for whatever reason, that eventually there was enough mutations to be advantageous, and then a new species survived. And you're asking for an intermediary of something that wouldn't have had enough success to survive. So, I mean, the theory itself predicts that you're not going to find these intermediaries. said that's
No, it
the
doesn't.
process that happened.
It requires.
Eventually, enough mutations led to a new species that had enough adaptability to survive. The intermediaries did not have enough adaptability to survive, and hence there probably were just a few of them, and not enough to be present in the fossil record.
What's
But
the
if you're
thing?
talking about the genetic record, then you're having a dispute, which I don't know enough about, because the geneticists claim that it does exist in the genetic, that say if there is a common ancestor, or if one current day species evolved from another current day species that pre-existed it, that there would be evidence in the genetic record of that.
Well, there would be a fossil record because evolution happens in populations. It's not just like one or two dogs leading the charge of evolution. It's like whole populations, and there will be multiple populations because we have multiple dogs. There's a lot of them, so you would have to appeal to like a lot of populations prior to the modern dogs, and this would be. And if evolution was true, those fossils would be found in dirt, but we don't find a single one.
What about butterflies? That might be a good.
Oh, do you want to see? You want to see the tree for butterfly? I looked it up. It's huge. Because I thought I could.
That's
like
not what we meant. I was going off what.
Yeah, but we do.
Anders
I
in
mean,
the
what
chat
about
was
like
saying, hold
Neanderthal?
on, I'm talking about something Anders and I were talking about in the chat about how the transition to the butterfly state for the pre-butterfly thing is not in any way predicted by the evolution paradigm.
Talking from caterpillar to butterfly.
Exactly. Like, how does evolution account for that massive of a transition?
It doesn't.
You could point to that.
Well, I don't see dogs having cocoons.
You gotta let the dog thing go and understand why it is the literal worst version of that argument that you could make. Are you familiar with the Mott and Bailey fallacy?
That doesn't apply to this argument, and this argument is so incredible because it defeats
Are you seriously suggesting you could understand this more deeply than me? Are you familiar with what it is? Can you tell me what that fallacy is, first of all?
Yeah, it's like the Mo and Bailey, right?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, I'm presenting something, but let's see, because I wouldn't be able to give you a direct definition. No, I don't know the
Are you
direct
able to see the
definition.
screen?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But if you want me to give you the direct definition, no, I don't know it.
You should be able to define it without looking it up because you understand it. But it doesn't sound like you do understand it well enough. So it's essentially the fallacy that the evolutionists make. They're saying, how could you disagree with evolution? All we're saying is that there's change over time.
Yeah, how does that play to my argument, though?
It's not. It's an attack on your opponent's argument. I don't need to undermine a horrible argument. It undermines itself.
Okay, an attack on my opponent's argument isn't a fallacy. I'm asking you, how is this?
You're saying, okay, listen to me. Hold on. The people promoting evolution are often making this fallacy because they're saying, oh, well, all we're saying is this evolution is that there's change and that there's an adaptation to the environment. But then when you look a little closer, you realize there's all these presuppositions. So that's the Mott and Bailey fallacy. They're saying, accept this, but really they're switching it to something with a lot more entailments. And then you attack and say, why do you need to do this fallacy? Oh, right, it's because your position is actually quite weak. And that kind of turns on you understanding the difference between what evolution is as a description and what it is as what the model is saying with regards to genetic determinism.
Yeah, I know it's a bait and switch, but how does the Mott and Bailey fallacy apply to my argument?
It doesn't. I never at any point said that it did.
Then why do you bring it up?
Because it is the fallacy that the evolution paradigm is making.
Okay, well then it doesn't apply to my argument. I don't see why.
It's an argument for you to use in the debate.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying I was using the Owen Bailey fallacy here.
Well, no, it's the way that people argue evolution is committing that fallacy.
Yeah, I know. I
Do you
know
think
they're
it's
doing it.
possible? Do you think it's possible to push back on the position that there's change in species over time? Do you think that's something that anybody could reasonably deny?
No, I know it's a bait and switch, but like.
So that's the, I don't know which it is out of the mod or the Bailey or whatever. You have to look up the specifics, but there's a tiny claim and then it gets switched with a bigger claim. So it's, what is the bigger claim?
There would be like the increase in genes or increase information.
The bigger claim is genetic determinism, that DNA is what determines the phenotype. That's what's being smuggled in with zero evidence.
Yeah.
So you could approach it as a theory and say it's extremely weak account for that.
Of course, they're just going to say evolution has no direction. So I see no
arguments you could give against evolution. I mean, and Jennifer's in essence saying what I said to her before she debated on evolution is that, I mean, she might have a few arguments that she's excited about giving, but she could give from the best of the arguments. So if you want to just focus on one argument, you should at least be clear in your introduction that, you know, there's a lot of problems with evolution. There's countless arguments that people use against evolution, but I'm going to focus on just one, and this one argument is sufficient in and of itself to disprove evolution.
Yeah, and this argument
you're going to take. So I mean, Jennifer may be right, and you could take or leave her advice and saying, well, you're right, there's a lot of problems with evolution, but I'm just going to focus on this one problem. But if you are going to use that strategy, you should be clear in your introduction what you're doing, because like obviously you could like I said, you could it says probably 10 major arguments against evolution, and then there's a whole bunch of minor arguments, and if you're pinning it all on just one, make that clear in your introduction, and say like I just want to focus on this one problem of evolution, and this one problem is sufficient that if you can't answer the problem of intermediates, then that is enough to falsify the whole theory of evolution.
Yeah, I think I will go with that. Try to make it as clear as possible, because I have had some dishonest people.
Well, I would agree with Jennifer personally. Like if I were debating, I would give multiple of the arguments, even if I were just focusing. But if you're not going to choose that strategy, which is fine, you just be clear about that in your introduction, that you're only going to be focusing on one argument against evolution. And then because you're doing that, you have to clarify that just winning this single argument against evolution is enough to falsify the theory.
Yeah, because it does. Because for a long time, the Christian creationists have just been granting them, like, yeah, okay, there is this microevolution. And they're really doing that because of their own dogma. Because if you actually look who invented evolution, it was the Christians. Because without microevolution, Christianity's
this is going in exactly the direction you want to go if you want to discredit yourself completely on the debate. Think about this from the perspective of somebody watching the debate. Like, are you actually trying to change anyone's minds on this? Because it seems like you're hoping to get people to double down on being committed to evolution by how, no offense, crap these arguments are.
If it's so crap, how come you can't answer the question?
I've explained to you numerous times. You have refused to listen to, I feel like, anything I've said, from the dog example being bad to actually acknowledging what it is that the opposition is saying, to confronting the Mott and Bailey fallacy at the center of this rhetoric. You're willing to expose your own ignorance on the subject. Why not pepper in a little bit of exposing the ignorance of the opposition in the meantime, just for fun?
Because the opposition can't answer this question. I even asked a professional doctor this question, and they couldn't answer it. Nobody can. It's unanswerable. That's how I made it.
Right. So you made a question that's definitionally unanswerable.
Because it shows evolution is false.
It
And
doesn't.
it gets people.
It shows that
Yes, it does.
maybe evolution doesn't happen in an arbitrarily continuous deformation. That's what it establishes.
Well,
So what? Then what? Where do you go from that?
well, if people are just gonna say that evolution happens by leaps, in which a gray wolf just gives direct birth to like a Dalmatian,
Nobody
they're gonna
said that. Nobody said that.
no, but that's one of the possibilities. If it's
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're actually showing that evolution is false. You're just showing it doesn't have sufficient evidence. Because saying that evolution,
He's saying it doesn't have arbitrary
it,
granularity
it,
and a
it
distinction
does,
that isn't even sensical within the perspective of the evolutionist.
it would falsify the
I
standard
think Jennifer,
evolutionary
you're
theory.
also being too hyperbolic to you make sense. That I mean, because honestly, I do think the wolf and dog is sufficient. It might be problematic, but any example is probably sufficient. And I mean, just focus on the arguments without the hyperbole. No, I don't necessarily see why the intermediary argument falsifies evolution. It just shows that the evidence isn't sufficient. There's a difference between an argument that falsifies it and an argument that shows that the evidence is insufficient.
Well, if the opponent just wants to say like I'm inferring these fossils, then sure we can go on from then. But I think they once they do that, they taken a major step back because they given up lots of ground when they do that, and atheists don't want to give any ground at all. So for them to say, yeah, I'm inferring these fossils, these intermediates, that's a lot of ground, and I don't think any of them want to do that.
Well, I mean, that's so I were arguing against evolution. I would give the major arguments. So I say intermediaries are one of the major arguments, but it's not necessarily an argument that falsifies evolution. It just shows that the evidence is insufficient. And if you're not actually falsifying evolution, you don't want to argue that you're falsifying it. It's just unnecessary hyperbole.
One of the strongest arguments against evolution is that it is not falsifiable. In fact, practically speaking, it is not falsifiable.
It'd be falsifiable if you say evolution
It's falsifiable
has to be
on the paradigm level. If you presuppose that it's wrong, you can establish, and what I said earlier, which I linked the study, which I think you should actually take a look at, Bubbles. Study shows most evolutionary trees could be wrong. Maybe that would actually be a good thing to argue based on an actual study that points to actual chemistry. And that's
there are arguments that falsify evolution, like the entropy argument, the life comes from life for the beginning of life, where you're giving a direct contradiction that would falsify evolution as a whole. Like, so if evolution is in agreement with the laws of science, but yet evolution contradicts entropy, that would be a falsification. Because if the person agrees that if evolution goes against the law of entropy, then evolution is false. And you could successfully argue that evolution breaks the law of entropy. That's a falsification argument. If you're arguing, like, for the beginning of life from the non-life substance to life, that life only comes from life, then that's a falsification argument if evolution necessitates that at some point life came from non-life.
Yeah.
The intermediates, if you're just saying that evolution necessitates intermediates, but there's no evidence of intermediates, or there's even evidence that intermediates are unlikely. So if you could say evolution necessitates intermediates, but there can't be intermediates, intermediates are impossible, that would be a falsification, because the whole mechanism wouldn't be possible. But like the lack in the fossil record isn't a falsification, it's a question about justification. So if you want to frame it, are you actually falsifying something, or are you saying that the evidence doesn't warrant the justification?
Well, it's not that you're just missing one or two fossils. I think that falsifies it. I think because they're missing
the wrong term. It doesn't falsify it.
Well, no, it's a cumulative case. So I'm not saying just because
the evidence doesn't warrant the theory, or you even say the theory is ridiculous, but it's not a falsification.
But no, it's not that it's just missing the dogs that falsifies it. It's that it's missing every single animal that falsifies it. So
That doesn't falsify though. Even if it's missing, even if there's no intermediates, they're saying that that's not a falsification. That's just a lack of evidence.
oh sure, okay, let's go with that. But I don't even then. I don't think that
You're
evolution
claiming
is.
falsification. If it's not a falsification, why are
Well, it
you
would
using the term falsification?
because to me that would be sufficient enough to falsify it. But I don't know for
No, it
others.
doesn't. You're just saying lack of evidence isn't a falsification. Falsification is an
No,
implication that
the
there's an impossibility. So
well the reason
you're not arguing that it's an impossibility. You're arguing that there's insufficient evidence, or that there, even if you're arguing that it necessitates a level of evidence that's not there. If evolution is true, there would unquestionably, this evidence would exist, and the fact that the evidence doesn't exist, therefore evolution is false. You could
no
possibly put it, but it's not the same thing as a contradiction that falsifies, because you're not claiming that there's a contradiction besides for the lack of evidence.
that's the thing. What falsifies is because evolution requires intermediates.
But I mean, it's a contradiction falsifies something. Lack of evidence is not a falsification. It's not a contradiction. Lack of evidence isn't a contradiction.
Well, I would say the contradiction is there is no intermediates.
That's not a contradiction. That's a lack of evidence.
Yeah, I get
Look,
you.
whether a lack of evidence entails a contradiction on a particular assertion, that depends on the school. So arguing about this
Yeah.
is quite pointless. We should come back to what we're
I
going
ca- I
to.
s-
There's
I
any
see-
school
see
that
what you're
claims-
saying.
I don't think there's any school that claims the lack of evidence is a contradiction.
Well,
Contradictions.
There are definitely some things that I would invalidate on the basis of there being zero evidence for them. Not all things, but definitely classes of assertions,
You
for
can
sure.
invalidate. Invalidate means something else than falsify.
And
'Cause-
that is why this is a pointless semantic debate, because you're basically saying you're appealing to your own senses at that point.
yeah, because I want
I'm trying to help Bubble. I'm saying you have a debate
You're
strategy.
T-jump at that point, lol.
Well, that's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
what
Forget
would
the hyperbole and technique. I'm just talking about your debate strategy, not your. I mean, you want to work on your rhetorical technique or your sophistry or whatever. I'm just talking about the logical structure of your argument and your debate strategy. And if you're only focusing solely on the argument of intermediates, that's fine. That could be your strategy. But you want to be clear if you're going to state that the lack of intermediates falsifies evolution. Are you claiming that there's a contradiction that you're showing, or are you claiming that the evidence doesn't exist?
well, yeah, I would say
I don't see
yeah.
the contradiction. I mean, you're saying the contradiction is that if it's true, there should be this evidence, and then there isn't this evidence. Therefore, it's a contradiction. It's a weaker form of contradiction than if you could actually show a contradiction. Like evolution should mean this, but yet we have that as a contradiction, as opposed to evolution should be able to provide this, but yet it can't provide it.
Yeah, I think I'll go with that.
And
Because
it's fine.
it
That's your
depends.
strategy. That it's
Because
only
I mean,
weak before
it would have.
if this is your main strategy against evolution. You could prepare and go over some of the major arguments, do some preparation. There's plenty of prep material for evolution. But if this is how you're going to go, if you like the intermediate argument, like I'm saying, that's one of the major arguments against evolution, and you want a strategy for one to express to the audience up front that there's many problems with evolution, but for your debate, you're going to be focusing on just one, and why this one is sufficient. That if you, uh, even though there's a whole bunch of arguments that weaken evolution or claim falsitate and validate evolution, that this argument is sufficient. That if you demonstrate that these intermediates should have to exist according to evolution, but yet they don't exist, that is sufficient to invalidate evolution.
Yeah, that that,
And
that,
if
that
you
is
want
my
to
point.
focus on like the dog wolf, also to saying that there's a bunch of examples, but for whatever reason you want to focus on this one, and that's sufficient to invalidate um, intermediates. I mean, you could also be talking about the intermediates between viruses and bacteria.
Yeah, because the argument does apply to like every animal. And the only reason I use dogs is because everybody knows dogs. It's more easy to comprehend. And while bacteria and viruses are more nebulous and less solid, unlike dogs. So it's a lot of it has to do with the imagery too.
When I focus, when you talk intermediates, that you're talking interspecies, one of the most common arguments so I used against JF is the eye, or um, poison like snakes and scorpions, where you have multiple parts that are necessary for something to have value and be worth, that would all have to come together to have an evolutionary adaptation. So if you're referring to like a poison in a snake, where or a scorpion has to evolve through mutations and natural selection, a poison, then they have to evolve uh, some special place to carry the poison. Then they also have to evolve a mechanism to inject, or all the various parts that none of them individually have any use, and that would take thousands, maybe tens of thousands of separate mutations for all of these to come together to be useful. And so if you're saying that, like, well, a scorpion evolved this little poison pouch that would have killed itself just carrying it, and then later evolved injection mechanism that's useless without the poison, um, that so those are intermediaries. So do you have an intermediary where you have like a scorpion that just has a stinger without any poison, and then do you have an intermediary of like a scorpion that just has a poison pouch without any mechanism to inject it? And or the eye is also the most classical example, that all the various pieces that have to go together for a working eye, that would have to evolve independently, even though they serve no use until you have a whole working system. And if that happened, well, where's the intermediary of, like I said, the scorpion that doesn't have a stinger, but has a poison pouch, or a scorpion that has a stinger but no poison pouch?
Well, I do think that's a very good argument. I think I would avoid it because
Well, that's the
they
intermediary.
can.
I'm saying I gave that argument. I would call it an intermediary argument. It's also a contradictory argument that you would say it's an impossibility. Evolution can't happen because life is so complicated that you have um, systems that have contradictory parts that have no use. So the very mechanism of how evolution claims to work, of mutations and natural selection, that you would never have um, the ability to evolve these complicated systems that have units that have no individual use without the whole system. Let
What's the
alone the
thing?
question of, if it did happen, where are the intermediates?
Well, it's because I don't want them to go and try to reference some fossil that can't be DNA tested, because then I can't falsify the claim. So what my argument does, it's set up the goalposts and they can't move it, and so the rules are set, and there is no cheating. So if I try to do an argument in which they can appeal to a fossil that can't be DNA tested, well, I'm kind of up up shit creek because I can't falsify their claim. So I try to avoid that.
You should do some prep. I'm saying, like, I'm sure that I mean, you didn't come up with this argument on your own. I assume that I've heard the argument before. Um, I'm not sure if I've ever heard a whole debate just focusing on this, but you might be able to find it even just YouTube search evolution debate intermediates, um, DNA or even dog wolf. There might be people who've debated just this, and proper preparation prevents poor performance.
I thought it was the original creator of this argument because I haven't seen it. I came out on it with my own, at least that I know of. I don't know anybody else who's used this argument.
You gonna make some
But
slides or opening presentation?
yeah, I gotta bring the dog evolutionary tree and a bunch of other trees. Try to drive my point. I think I'm gonna hop off now because I gotta get ready for work tomorrow. Right, it was good. Thanks for the
Good luck,
tips,
and
Doovid.
next week, hopefully,
Good luck on the debate.
yeah, hopefully you
Thanks.
come back next week if it and you report on how it goes.
All right, cool. GG.
I don't think I mentioned it. Modern Day Debate is doing their second debate con. I'm not sure if it's in Texas or Colorado, the 19th, 2.5 weeks from now. And I saw T Jump said he was not invited this time.
Uh-oh. Man, I wonder when the last time he was on Modern Day Debate.
I don't know if he had a falling out with James or I mean, he was on that time where he threatened um
Oh, I'm getting a hazy memory of something unusually awkward happening.
that Richard Spencer guy that was debating atheism, but what's the name
Right.
slipping me now? Um, he was using his legal name. Uh, Ronnie Cameron. So I don't know if that was the time Ronnie Cameron was the last time he was on. I mean, his
Yeah.
behavior was pretty bad that debate. He was like threatening to like slap him. He was like
Um,
interrupting. He was telling Amy to like mute him.
I wonder if something happened after that.
But I mean, it may maybe I don't know. I don't know James. I don't know the relationship between James and T Jump. I think I was watching
Yeah.
T Jump. I forget which one, and someone super chatted or asked him like about DebateCon, and T Jump said that he wasn't invited. And I don't know if invited just means paid. Like invited meaning he would have had to pay his own room and board, let alone if James is covering people's airfare or room and board or giving fees. That means that T Jump wasn't even invited to be on a panel or a side debate, even if he was going to pay his own way. So who knows? I mean, I guess props to James for trying to organize another debate con. They kind of look generic. None of them look super interesting. Um, I don't know the type personality that would go to actually debate there. I mean, I guess like Destiny is their biggest star still. And I don't even know if Destiny has that kind of fans that would like pay and travel to hear him speak IRL.
I don't know.
I mean, some of the Muslim names like Imad Dilahani, if any of those. I guess James really likes it. He's making money. He's got a big channel. He's willing to put the money into trying to create it. Good for him.
Yeah, so I don't really feel like Bubbles listened to anything that we said.
You're using too much hyperbole. Where just like he was, where instead of saying your point, you were you were either being too aggressive or insulting. To be clear exactly what you're saying, so it just sounds like, well, why is she insulting me, as opposed to whatever your critique or recommendation being very clear what you're actually saying, and say it's your own fault by use of hyperbole for no necessarily benefit. And for those in the chat, hyperbole, exaggerating statements or claims not meant to be taken literally. So I
So
mean, you're just kind of insulting him. Like if he has all his prep and he's like, "They're just dumb. It's the dumbest thing I ever heard in the world. That's not going to work." And so he probably didn't get anything from your advice.
I've got the debate. I don't see anything other than MDD, DebateCon, Eventbrite. Looks like it's a 1 day thing.
Um,
So when you were going over the logic there, it really reminded me of the Taoist, the cosmological principles. So it is kind of a counting principle that goes beyond individual concepts that implements it. And so just reminding me, I don't think he actually made any reference to it, but the arguments reminded me of that. The idea of having numbers of things that have to aggregate together in a somewhat closed sense. Not quite conservation of consciousness, but near conservation of consciousness plus evolution, which is what we've been talking about in the chat for a while. I'm curious what's going to happen with this evolution debate. I'm just blown away at the idea of doing a debate where the level of understanding was that low. And I guess you can say, well, the other debater didn't know anything either. Okay. I'm not sure how well that holds up. So I asked why people think the debates are so frustrating. Did you want to weigh in on that?
One of the debates on modern day debate.
No, where the topic is evolution.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Just a comment that whether you wanted to comment on the comment that evolution debates as a class of debates are frustrating. I mean, I definitely agree.
It's one of the, I would say, top 5 debated comment. I mean, top 5 debate subjects that if it's evolution, um, proof of God, abortion, um, some maybe these days like immigration, or and evolution has been one of the top 5 debate topics for you're really like 100 years almost. Definitely 50 years, and at all levels, if it's a high school debate club, college, um, a special bringing together of 2 experts. Um, no, I don't see what you said. I mean, modern day debate has not really had that high quality evolution debates. I mean, you've debated evolution a handful of times.
And there were 500 against me comments. So,
but there are regular debates all over the place on evolution,
And
and
they're pretty frustrating most of the time, I find,
I don't know why they're frustrating.
because they don't go anywhere, and it's obvious that both sides don't know what they're talking about and are talking past each other, and it's extremely irritating.
Well, it depends the type debate you're watching. If it's more rhetoric and sophistry, or the points where there's uncertainty. So I mean, if they're good presenters and are honest uh, debaters, they're going to agree about the uncertainty. They're going to make their arguments in the case of why you should take the other side, but they're at least going to be honest about the uncertainty. And maybe because evolution has the upper hand, that's largely canonized accepted theory within the academic community, that it's more like debunking. Most debates are more like debunking anti-evolutionists, or belittling them. um, or if you have special networks of people who don't believe in evolution, and so it's biased on that channel. So like your one on modern day debate, at least, I mean, if it's supposed to be a Christian, it has a decent audience that probably don't believe in evolution, but it was set up, if it was like JF or T Jump, or Mark Reed, where in essence they're just trying to debunk you, and they're not open and honest about the uncertainty and skepticism related to the uncertainty. Um, so I haven't watched the evolutionary debate for a while. Um, I assume that they're still regularly pretty common. There's small channels. There's probably
We
even
must
big.
be watching different debate circles if you think that there's this, respectful accord to uncertainty of either position.
Um,
I think the evolutionists often are quite convinced that they're right and are quite confident that the other side is a lunatic.
yeah, so it's more like a debunking, even
Right.
if it's put up as a debate where it's more like debunking the anti-evolutionist. And society and rhetoric is broken down in general. That in the last few years, uh, now where we actually have war uh, spreading across the planet, economic disaster, taking sides, political dysfunction, that you say like certain like debates are less good, and reality is like, that's why I said like debate is a precursor to war. That so that there's not high quality debates going on now, or that they've deteriorated from the last few years. um but from my memory is like everyone did an anti, all like the on both sides of scientists and theologists did evolution debates. Rabbi Boteach, like Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, um biblicist Christians, Christian Science, because there's usually Christians or Orthodox Jews or Muslims that reject evolution. So like 10 years ago, there would have it's just a regular thing to see evolution debates, and a lot of them were pretty respectful. Since blood sports, if you're debating evolution in like a blood sport environment, but the arguments are well known. I have multiple books that cover the arguments. There's books from both perspective, like how to argue against evolution, how to defend evolution. That's why I said like the major arguments, like intermediaries, these are known arguments. I would say there's like 10 main arguments against evolution, and you maybe went at a unique angle that last time you debated. Um, but possibly you could say that your argument is a different version, and because evolution is a 150-year-old theory, uh, a lot of these are literally like 100-year-old arguments, just like the theological or uh, the various arguments for the proof of God. They're hundreds of years old. Um, most of these arguments have been, you know, done before.
Yeah. I guess I don't really see the evolution debate as being connected to imminent conflict. It seems more like an ongoing curiosity of intellectualism in theory, but in practice, yeah, it ends up being just this sort of, yeah, toxic debunking or whatever.
Well, now like debunking is common, like in politics and media, like election, so like okay, if it's generally accepted the election was fair and there was no widespread voter fraud, um, and there's people who are debating against it, they're conspiracists, and they get debunked. So you could have, say like put it up as a debate, but like, or like God forbid, Charles Moskowitz, and we had more Rizzoli. Like I just got a notification, I'm probably gonna end up talking to Rizzoli, the revisionist. But like God forbid, World War II. To most, it's not up for debate. Like he's a conspiracy theorist, and it's we're not going to debate. God forbid whether the Holocaust happened or no. He's going to be debunked. But from his perspective, no, he wants to debate. And um, like Trump, January 6th, a lot of these decisive issues basically been portrayed like they're given. And if you don't believe in it because there's something wrong with you, and but for whatever reason, a large enough percentage of the population, there's something wrong with you, wrong with them. Therefore, there's the art of debunking, or at least trying to spread the truth to a larger audience, even though for whatever reason there like a substantial amount of humanity just doesn't get it. It's like Kanye West, God forbid, like George Floyd. You're saying like, no, it was established that he died from the knee on his neck, not fentanyl. And he's, even though he claimed that it was fentanyl, now he's being sued, that he's that wrong, and it's defamation, and it's not open for debate how he died, and just the fact that he said it, he could be sued. And just like Charles Moskowitz, COVID-19 remedies, like we're not going to debate about these certain things. And if you claim that these are remedies, or a skeptic, you're just going to be banned. But then there's a certain venue, like okay, fine, I'll debate you about your vaccine hesitancy or something, just not on YouTube, because we're going to get banned. But it's not really a debate, it's a debunking. And uh and then there's sides, because there's the echo chamber to the majority view. This is accepted, and whatever small conspiracy theorists don't believe this really should just be banned. But in order to whatever that it pays to debunk a few of these idiots, versus the echo chamber, the people who've been banned in our alternative platforms, where most of their fan base believes in, so to say, the conspiracy. And so it's the opposite, where like on Rizzoli, everyone who watches Rizzoli is a revisionist. And so if I debate Rizzoli on his channel, um, no one's going to believe me, even though I'm saying the mainstream narrative. And like these alternative platforms, like if you're talking about alternative,
I don't
uh,
even really want to go into this on my channel, to be honest. Like I don't know where the
well,
line is with regards to it being just like something we can talk about on
like I
YouTube. So
said, it's
let's
not
just wrap it
debatable.
up. Yeah,
It's
let's just wrap
debunking,
it up. Okay.
because that other opinion is false. And for these
Okay.
things,
Got it. So
there
yeah.
could be damage to the falseness. Therefore, you can't even spread it. So evolution is not like that. You're not going to be worried about there being damage to your channel, or you're getting censored because you're arguing against someone who doesn't believe in evolution. But doesn't mean that there's not high quality debates. And the reality is that, okay, I'm a mainstream guy, like I'm not like pushing any of these conspiracy theories that could get us banned off of YouTube. However, of I don't believe in evolution, and of the people who don't believe in evolution, probably a lot of them are also arguing for the conspiracy theories that could get you kicked off of YouTube.
Hmm. Back to, yeah, the topic, which was whether evolution debates are annoying or why or if. You're saying no.
That
The
was my
reason is unclear to
thesis, is
me.
that they became annoying with the advent of censorship and debunking, to an echo chamber where a lot of the people that are against evolution are also pushing ideas that have become beyond the pale and are the mode of censorship. So there's became a stronger hatred, as opposed to 10 years ago, where when I was in University of Michigan, like polling, 50% of people in Michigan don't believe in evolution. In university, among the consensus of the elites, where high 90% of people in the scientific fields believe in evolution, but only 50% of people in the state of Michigan believe in evolution. And if you're in University of Michigan, like, your parents or your colleagues may not believe in evolution, so therefore it was somewhat normal, like in a university club, where among the elites, like, okay, like this is true, but there's reasons why it's complicated and most people don't believe it. And we know the polling number, where like literally it's like a 50-50% breakdown of America believing evolution or not believing it. But there's a mismatch of the elites, where high 90% of elites believe in evolution. So you could have high quality, um, friendly, respectful debates, because there was enough reason for the believers in evolution to give a respectful, high quality debate to the opponents, even though, because they know that it's a divisive issue among the populace.
And is that the case?
I just told you that, like, yeah, in Michigan, or in the U.S., like, it's a huge mismatch. Like, almost 50% of people don't believe in evolution.
No, I was asking if there is a place where these respectful debates that are meaningful disagreements on evolution happen.
Yeah, so usually they happen in universities organized by university clubs that might have religious affiliation, because so many of the people don't believe in evolution, even though that's what's being mainstreamed as basically unquestionable truth by the institution. So if you're in university and you have a mainstream scientist debating a scientifically proficient skeptic, usually of religious persuasion, that I would say almost all universities have these regularly, and they're usually respectful, and it's because the mismatch. Like I keep on saying that, that almost 50% of the populace doesn't believe in evolution, but within academia, almost all of the elites consensus believe in it. So it necessitates professional, intellectually honest, fair debates, because the audience, the public demands it.
Yeah. And where are they? On campus at university? That's what you're saying?
Almost exclusively on university campuses.
Hmm. Any televised debates?
I haven't followed evolution debates in the last few years, but, yeah, I would say that, there's probably thousands of debates on evolution every year. And I mean, there's the big names from who specialize in it, um, who are usually Christian scientists. I think Bill Nye, um, maybe in the last 2 years, Bill Nye debated, the guy from, like, the Bible Museum.
Ken Hovind?
I haven't followed to even know the guy's name, but I mean that may have been the most recent big one. I think that actually was in the Bible Museum. So Bill Nye, went to the home turf where the majority of the people there didn't believe in evolution. So it was relatively respectful. Um, but I would say almost all the big names Bill Nye, Richard Dawkins. Um, it's slipping me because I didn't look into it before the show, but debate against evolution regularly. Like, Bill Nye and Richard Dawkins have probably debated against evolution. I mean, debated for evolution like
Yeah,
100 times.
evolution. Mhm.
I mean, Dawkins debated against uh, evolution against both Rabbi Jonathan Sacks and Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, and they're Jews. Let alone he probably debated, tens of Christians,
I guess I'll have to check those out.
and let alone the, say good faith debate between professors and religious leaders on campuses that would usually be like a student club that would bring in usually someone like me to debate against evolution. That would be a religious person with some sort of academic credentials in science, because usually there's not someone on the inside of academia that doesn't believe in evolution. So you wouldn't be able to find like a professor of biology or chemistry or physics that would be debating against evolution. It would be like an engineer or a doctor that has academic qualifications but doesn't speak for the institution and is skeptical of evolution, that is brought in usually on behalf of like a religious student club.
Yeah, I guess I'm. Oh, well, not super interested in a debate if it's just a pre sort of decided outcome. So it's,
Well, I mean, Mark Reed and Bubble, I mean, neither one of them, I guess, is like yeah, I want a high quality, I want like new research because I've read like 10
well,
books on the
I
subject.
kind of like, I'm a
I've seen the
Doovidian in
best
the sense I
debates.
like a recap, and then pushing the boundaries. It's all just good delivery.
Well, I'm saying if it's a B-rate debate where neither side has any academic expertise in it or is necessarily a high quality debater. So I don't mind like modern day debate giving new people a chance, like Bubble, Mark Reed, or these good guys.
I just feel like
Fine.
he's going to keep coming back to that single point.
We probably is.
Hmm. All right.
So
Well,
like, no, I probably maybe I'll watch it just because I know Bubbles review his performance. But like, no, I want like I need a higher quality, like Deepak Chopra debated Dawkins. I mean, Chopra's debated multiple people on evolution. Um, he's a Harvard medical degree. There's people who've written books
sure.
on the subject. So just saying, just to watch two random people with no expertise in the subject on modern day debate, even okay, like Doovid debated the JQ. You say Doovid has expertise in elite education in Judaism. That if you're watching Doovid debate on Judaism, you're getting a high tier quality debate. I could give, uh, claim expertise on the subject. Then Bubble or Mark, neither one of them have expertise on the subject. Neither one of them are necessarily giving you an insider's view or specialized arguments. And even in terms of like a good performance, where at least maybe my help, you gave your own unique argument, and then you covered the basis by giving multiple of the mainstream arguments that you would expect to hear, by someone who that people who are against evolution give. And so I think it was T Jump you debated on evolution, or was Mark only Mark, or was it JF?
Um,
The only debate against evolution
I
once, or did you do
debated
twice?
Mark.
And T Jump?
T Jump was about pantheism. Or, wait. Yeah, it was about pantheism when I debated him. So I don't think we got onto evolution, thank God. That would have been a disaster. So no.
I mean,
I
we
don't know
worked
that
on that
he
one
and
for
I have
Mark,
ever talked
and
about that.
you
Mark, I believe, I'm trying to think here. It's a bit fuzzy because I'm remembering, remember the guy who kind of agreed with me on the quantum biology stuff? That time where like it was on modern day debate, but what didn't end up being a debate. It was more of a discussion because we like basically agreed on everything. I forget his name, but he had done studies in self-referential
he was also against
tissue.
evolution, or
Yeah, and I
he
was
had. I'm not against, but he had like a theological understanding of it, and that was more a conversation. It wasn't really a debate. But Mark, you had a formal debate, and maybe you got the upper hand because he doesn't have expertise, and you gave multiple arguments. You listed like 8 arguments against evolution, and a few of them were at least one of them was possibly unique that you created, and he didn't point by point r- refute all of your debate, all of the points that you made. So I mean that one you gave a competent anti-evolution debate where you had your own points plus you listed uh, multiple of the main arguments against evolution. So that's so you gave a competent performance. Like I said, like if it was and Mark wasn't really a competent opponent, where you could have been the type person that a student club would have brought in to debate like a biology professor. Although Mark is just a computer programmer, he's not, like an expert on evolution even.
well, I suggested to him that we pre-plan at least broad strokes the direction of the conversation, and he took that to mean like
You did or I did? I don't think
bad
you did. I suggested. You
bad
didn't suggest.
sportsmanship, bad sportsmanship. So that's sort of odd, but whatever.
Well, I'm saying I was the one who suggested that.
Right. But anyway, when I suggested it to him, um, he took issue with it as like it being bad form to pre-plan a debate. Whereas to me, it's like going to be way better if you have provided each other with a basic understanding of your arguments, because some of these arguments are so complicated. Like I don't see how people could possibly expect to address them fairly. Like you got people like T Jump who just think they can, I don't know, logically deconstruct whatever people are saying and that's enough. But it's not really. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Under says debates about evolution are like dumpster fires. Yeah, and it's a lack of. I think it's just a lack of understanding on both sides in our circles. That it's just citing studies and unaddressed fallacies. Like, do I expect the other side to address what Bubbles said about there being no intermediate? Sorry, there not being intermediary species between wolves and dogs, whatever that means. Like, do we expect the evolutionists to actually address that, and how? I wouldn't be surprised if they just ignored it. So I guess, yeah, I don't know if we need to say anything more about that.
You should do weekend. Let me just do a screen share real quick just to demonstrate the point. So I put it up, but yeah, I just searched evolution debate last month, and let me do over 20 minutes also by view count. Um, so modern day debate 3 weeks ago, creation versus evolution. Um, here's another channel. God is the missing late. Billy Crone. I don't know if it's a speech or a debate, creation or evolution. Another debate, evolution on trial. The Kent Hovind, who you mentioned. Here's another Ken Hovind. I mean, so he's probably debating regularly. So just in the last month, he has two different debates. Here's great macroevolution debate, another Ken Hovind, another Ken Hovind, another Ken Hovind. Wow, Ken Hovind in the last month has debated six different people at least on evolution. In fact, he debated Mark Reed. Mark Reed was on Ken Hovind's channel debating against evolution. So I mean, Mark Reed's a computer programmer, smart guy, and I guess he's got quite into debating against evolution. So I mean, God forbid, I guess Ken Hovind's probably one
I
of the most
think you
popular.
mean defending evolution, not debating against evolution.
Yeah, so Ken Hovind has like the majority of the most popular videos, uh, but here, yeah, I'm saying that there's a ton of them. Just going down, and Amy Newman, Creation or Evolution, Midnight Ranting. Mark Reed has on his own channel from Evolution, um, Modern Day Debate, constantly, like at least once a month, sometimes more, has Evolution. So that was just a Google search, and so I'm seeing at least like 30 debates on evolution in the last month. And I probably could have searched different terms and found a lot more. But I said like abortion, evolution, proof of God, atheism, depending how you word it, are probably the three most common debates. You may in If you had to do like top 10, there are things like gun control, immigration, um, Democrat versus Republican. Some of them might be more timely, like the war in Ukraine, Israel Palestine. But I would say top three is for probably the last 100 years, even for probably the last 50 years, is abortion, evolution, and proof of God.
Abortion, evolution, and proof of God. Interesting.
Yeah, it's the top three debate topics in the last 50 years. You have other ones like global warming, various ones that might make it into the top 10. Um, like immigration, gun control, uh, taxes, capitalism versus socialism, even a modern day debate like feminism, relative frequency of these topics, and then denominational like Islam, Christianity, Judaism. But those three are constantly, so like modern day debate. I don't know how often they debate abortion, but evolution and some form of like atheism, proof of God. Like they basically have like one out of five debates. And I would say probably like every major college campus probably has a debate like that, like maybe even like once a week. There's some student club that is having a debate on abortion, evolution, proof of God, like almost once a week, once a month on every major university campus.
Cool.
Um, but there's not really big names in debates. So like I can't Hovind or something like that where um, there's like a definitive person that wins or is really good at these debates that travels or appears on big programs or platforms that like Deepak Chopra, Richard Dawkins, that may have had like national televised. That's not the type thing. Politics, like abortion debates, are more likely than evolution has basically been on the official academic level uh, decided, and proof of God is also somewhat been decided. There is no proof of God, and therefore you don't see on televised larger channels the regular debate. Something like abortion is still undecided. Therefore, you're more likely to see an abortion debate because it's still considered undecided. Like immigration, taxes, political things that are related to uh, current political debates are the things you're more likely to see. And evolution is not like is considered like any local biology professor is expected to be able to win a debate in evolution. And so the question,
I would like. Oh, like where are you getting this idea from? What was it you accused me of being before? Oh,
hyperbolic,
hyperbolic. Is this hyperbolic slightly? Because it really
exaggerating.
doesn't. It doesn't appear that that would be the case. That every biology professor could defend evolution
Well,
in a
every
debate.
major. They're saying it's became canonized, it's accepted. So anti-evolution creationism is debunked. So because evolution has became accepted, creationism is considered debunkable, and therefore um, your local expert on biology evolution is expected to be able to debunk creationism. So you don't necessarily have to have like the Bill Nye, who's just a science personality, to debunk evolution. You don't need like some expert. Your local uh, evolutionary teacher should be competent to debunk anti-evolutionists, and it's expected that there is no really really great anti-evolutionary debater. Like you're not going to be able to bring in this guy who's just going to be able to crush your local uh, evolutionary teacher, your local evolutionary expert. In theory, should be able to debunk any skeptic because that's the academic weight of how true evolution is and how accepted
So
it's been.
just appeal to the authority of the establishment, and you're good.
No, no, it's saying that the canonized acceptance level of the validity level of evolution, that it's presumed that your local proficient evolution professor, biology professor would be able to debunk an anti-evolutionist, even from the best of them.
Yeah. One time I had a math prof who couldn't explain why, when you do a definite integral, the constant of integration goes away. He was a full professor.
Yeah, I'm
You
saying
keep telling
like
yourself
every
that all these
professor is good
biology
at
people
debate.
can defend evolution.
Every single professor is good at debate, but saying the validity level in the West of the acceptance of evolution is that it's not really a debatable subject. It's debatable because people want to see it, but it's been so accepted in academia that it would be expected that an evolutionary biology professor with proficient debate skills would be able to easily debunk any creationist, any anti-evolutionist.
And I don't think your assertion should be given very high credence. It's a wishful thinking assertion that I do not think
I don't think I'm saying
reflects
just I'm anti-evolution.
reality.
I'm just saying it's the factual facts on the ground of the acceptance level. Evolution is
Why
taught.
would professors be able to defend something they've never been asked to defend before? You're acting like it doesn't take any practice to defend something.
They do
They're
defend
used
it
to
all the
writing
time.
they write papers. They presume the truth of their conclusions, and then they write papers on that basis. To turn
They
around
defend
and
it all the
defend
time.
the presumptions of their doctrine is a completely different skill set, possibly.
They defend it all the time
Oh yeah, let's see some evidence.
because the population
Sure, let's just see the evidence
One
then.
out of two
I'm sure you
people.
have no problem providing evidence for that assertion.
Well, I did it when I debated JF. I went over the Pew survey of on evolution, and I have it on my channel.
One of the questions on the Pew survey is I can defend evolution in a debate successfully. Someone having an opinion and someone being able to effectively defend that opinion compellingly or whatever, so miles apart. So I'm not even sure what the claim is anymore, but it seems possibly not quite in line with evidence. So what is it on this link that we're looking at here?
Pew survey of evolution.
What is that supposed to establish with regards to a professor being able to debunk someone denying evolution?
I'm not sure if they asked that question.
You could never trust self-reporting for something like that. It's like, do you wipe front to back? It's like, it's very easy to lie, is the point. I mean, I don't even think that they would ask a question like that.
We're seeing the numbers, like postgraduate degree, 81% of people believe in evolution.
Right, which
US
seems
adults,
really, it seems really low. It
65%.
seems really low, but then you take into account Christianity has a like non-evolutionary narrative, a creation narrative, and it makes sense.
Even look like Republicans, that percent of US adults who say humans and other living things have evolved over time from Republicans, it's about half and believe, that half of Republicans believe in a guided evolution or creation. I mean, it was a while. I did the stream after I debate before I debated with JF, and in the whole Pew survey, or even a few surveys that had all the various statistics. I don't think they had statistics on debating. I was just inferring that the high level of acceptance of evolution would be the expectation that it debunking anti-evolutionists is
Okay, are you saying that evolution is the credibility of evolution is bolstered by debating against the deniers of evolution? Is that what you're saying?
well, so the credibility of evolution and the academic level is so high that it's not a debate. The thing is so
So it
not
would be
considered a
very,
debate.
that actually means it would be very hard. It would be just like asking someone from math to justify the Euclidean axioms. How would they do that? So, yes, everybody accepts it. No, they can't explain why. And the part of the reason why they can't explain why is because everybody accepts it. Because when you accept something, you don't have to think about it, it's just there.
Of the American Association of the Advancement of Science, 98% of their members believe in evolution.
Okay, so I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. There's a lot of factors involved in something as complicated as the.
So that the consensus is so high, it's not considered a debate.
I see. So the consensus has to be within a certain range to be debatable. Because if it's just like too high or too low, then it's basically concluded.
Well, from the scientific consensus, it's considered concluded, at least in America, the West in general. Um, among the populace, it's not concluded. It's not conclusive at all.
Hmm.
So if it's a debate, usually it'd be a creationism, and creationism is debunked. So if you're considered defending evolution, yeah, I'd say the presumption is that it doesn't take more than your local professor of biology should be able to proficiently defend evolution.
Even though they're not trained to do that, they're trained to explain it, not defend it. Oh yeah, they can do something they haven't been trained how to do and have no experience doing and no reason to do because nobody reasonable disagrees with them, but they can do it because why? It's not a reasonable inference, I'm afraid. Tense. Says there should be more debates about simulation theory. Yeah, I would definitely debate simulation theory. It would be hard. I don't know who's going to go against it, but there's always the panel option. If you're up for a little panel beating, ha 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 ha, just kidding. But I'd always be up for that because it's always fun to answer lots of different questions. And with something like simulation theory, I don't want to say it's just all going to be explaining math stuff. It's a lot of physics too, but it's ultimately a question of, well, what's the most useful, common, semi-common word to frame something that is abstract, uncommon, subtle, however you want to put it to words exactly, but not self-evident. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there with that. Well, maybe not actually, because it is an evolution debate after all. Maybe at some point that debate can be made better. I don't know.
Well, I put the level where you have a guy like Mark Reed, who if you put it comparable to maybe like Doovid in Judaism, where just Doovid as a competent, educated Jew is debating the leading counter Semites. That you have a guy like Mark Reed who is debating the leading anti evolutionary debaters. You don't even have a person with training in biology, just a computer guy uh, that is already going up against the leading debaters against evolution.
Yep. I don't know if he wants to bill himself that way, because then you just get done saying the opposition to evolution isn't really serious.
But it's serious. There's a lot of
Okay.
opposition to evolution, but there's not really any like.
It's just the way you were describing it made it sound like it was like a done deal and there's no point even debating it. Maybe I just misunderstood your point there. So I guess I like even just a little bit pushing it forward, just anything of self-improvement is good. And I don't know, I didn't see that with bubbles, unfortunately. So hopefully at some point that happens. So I don't know. I guess that concludes the discussion about evolution. Unless you want to chat anything else about the evolution debate. It doesn't sound like you want to debate it.
There wasn't. I had thought that when we first started doing this, that I would regularly debate against evolution, but it hasn't came up, and there's not too many serious venues, and it said most.
But why not somebody like Mark Reed?
Well, I don't know if he's expert. Like, okay, I debated JF and
JF
called.
is not an expert. I'm sorry, but arguably no one's an expert because the theory is not a theory.
Well, JF's certainly much more expert than Mark Reed. He's a PhD in the subject of biology.
Okay.
He's written papers. He has his own theory on evolution. And Mark Reed's just a computer programmer who likes the topic. JF is an evolutionary biologist. I mean, he's a geneticist, but he's a published biologist, including his own theories on evolution.
Yeah.
And he's probably, at least on the internet, one of the more regular, renowned pro evolution debaters.
Mm-hmm.
Because, but he's a countercultural icon that it's not even a thing like that. Debating against evolution has become so accepted among the elite, the academia, that there's not even really a venue where people would do it. So most of the people who do it, I said, are like mid-level people. You just like your local biology professor that would agree to show up to an event, because he understands that religious students don't know any better, and it would be more like considered a debunking.
Right. I didn't really get a chance to research this very much with the new results and really interpret what they mean for the new Nobel Prize, but I could have sworn I heard that Bell's inequality was an assertion about either locality or realism, but I could just be remembering that wrong. And that's something important to note is that there's Bell's theorem encompasses a number of closely related results. They could actually refer to multiple things. And I just looked this up. Local realism is a quick way to say two things. So the cause of physical change must be local, and principle realism properties of objects are real and exist in our physical universe independent of our minds. So this is very similar to Ashish Dalila. Is that the right pronunciation? That's to me, that's very similar to what he was talking about. I don't know if you can see what I've got there, if that's possible. Or if you looked into the new Nobel Prize about the disproving local realism.
Well, I shared the link if that was on quantum
Yeah.
entanglement
Yeah,
from,
I think so.
from the PBS, and I haven't read the paper. Like I haven't.
No, me
But
neither. Anyway, it was just a point of interest because, yeah, just seeing how if Bell's inequality needs to be updated, and hopefully there'll be a bunch of results like this, and then the necessity to define physics in a way that accords with reality and signal processing more accurately will be happening at that point. That'll be nice. I don't remember if I shared this one yet. The brain's inner map being shaped like a donut. Do you remember if I shared this one? Because I don't
I
think
can't
I
see
did.
it.
I just put it in the chat.
I mean, like a Taurus. I mean, I don't know if that was your conscious thing, or I've seen things like that. So I don't know if you shared that, or you mean a donut, or you mean a Taurus, or if a donut is a Taurus.
Well, the result says the brain's inner map is shaped like a torus, or sorry, donut. And there's an interesting picture, and it's sort of working in with some theories I've been looking at lately. And this other one about spins of brain water using quantum computation. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm resharing these. I can't remember if they made the cut last week or not. But yeah, this is super interesting to me anyway. Studies suggest brain water could mean our minds use quantum computation. And then I had this model also. I don't know if I showed it, but it was modeling consciousness like a music box. Does that sound familiar? I can bring it back up.
Did it really
Yeah.
say donut?
Yeah, it's the first one that I linked. It's in the chat now.
Well, I mean, just not. I mean, donuts. That's what donuts a food. It's not a shape.
Well, yeah, just imagine the shape of it, like a hole in the middle donut.
But I mean, what kind of article are you sharing? I'm even looking like on Wikipedia donut. This article is about the food for the shape C Taurus.
Yeah, so you could say Taurus as well if you want to.
Well, it's just non-technical. It's saying shaped like a donut because a donut's not a shape. I mean, shape of food that is usually in the shape of a torus.
Okay. Well, you want to take issue with that name? I didn't write the article, but I thought it was an interesting discovery.
Yeah, it would just mean like kind of like a low tier popular article that would use the word donut.
Well, have you read Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking? He said that every formula you include halves your audience. So perhaps just going for simplicity and something more intuitive. A donut's very intuitive. I don't know why you're arguing over that, but anyway, I'm sure it's the same as Taurus. I can't remember if I shared this one last time, but it's a model of consciousness as a thermodynamic process. So I thought that kind of lined up with the brain water and a mechanism which would be a 3+1+ version of a music box. So music box is motion, interference, and resulting vibration. So that's super important. And let's see here. I've got, okay. Just want to make that a little bigger there. That I have a theory that the circulation, something to do with this circulation of cerebrospinal fluid, functions similar to a self-adapting music box, or not box, a music machine thing, where the cylinder is analogous to the cycle of the liquid going through the central nervous system, I guess. So that's my argument for that. Kind of a 1-2, having evidence and then also having a model ready to go. Yay. And this is just so full of ads right now that I'll just want to close it on that basis. So I'll just X out of here. So do you think like if quantum consciousness becomes mainstream that'll change things on the civilizational, like spiritual level?
No, I mean it's too complicated for the masses to understand. So even if it became like evolution where it was accepted among the elites and it was mainstay taught in all institutions, it's you too many prerequisites of high level information and skills to understand that I'm not sure it would change anything. It might, if technologies based on it became available, so even like nuclear physics or something like that, that the technologies might change things, but the mass perception that most people just don't understand it, and it's too complicated to and counterintuitive that you're less than you're probably single digit percentage of the people are going to be able to understand it. but if you could make technology widely available based on it, um, that might change society. But in terms of creating some sort of like cultural or intellectual shift in humanity, um, unlikely, except among the elites. And then what would it mean? Um,
So basically, whatever happens is sort of irrelevant.
well, I'd say it's irrelevant. I'm saying it's not going to have a mass public shift. It would at most be accepted among the elites.
Okay.
And
So it's
then if
not
it
really
had,
relevant to the average, not really relevant to the non collegiate masses, perhaps.
unless there's a technology that would stem from it that would be
Okay.
used by the masses. And so if you had like your brain enhancement technology that could be used by the average person, and then it probably wouldn't matter whether they understood it or not. It'd just be, how, could you make a device based on quantum consciousness that uh, benefited people, and then it would be more based on usage than understanding, and people would use it even if they didn't understand it, if it worked, and if it's too complicated to understand, even if there's a device like it's not. I don't see quantum consciousness ever being. I mean, evolution's already entered into public education in like elementary school biology. They already start mentioning evolution, and so those levels of understanding. Most people don't take physics till high school, and a lot of people don't even take physics in high school. And if they do take physics in high school, that they don't cover quantum stuff. And the people who take physics at a college level, like if you're pre-med, you're required, or in engineering. But I would say probably at college level, less than 10% of people take a physics course. It's just estimated if you look it up, but I have reasonable confidence it's pretty small. So you're looking at, then just a physics course, let alone the level of training to understand something like quantum physics. So you're talking like a single digit level number of the population that's really going to have any meaningful understanding of the topic.
Awesome.
I see
Any,
Titus saying he's going to suggest that Doovid rethink the frequent use of elites as become a fascist dog whistle and ironically most often used to mean Jewish people. Um, it could be, but not. I'm referring to the academic elite in university system, and although a high percentage of Jews believe in evolution, like as opposed to like mainline Protestants, there might be some notable distinction. Um, I think you have to use the word elite, uh, and it might be a dog whistle, but
it's pretty common parlance in a lot of right communities. It is where the understanding
when we think like
is not
elites, like
alluding to that. Like Luke,
media,
how often does
banking,
Luke invoke the term elites? It
all the
seems
time.
quite
He likes,
frequent.
yeah, and Luke has a more nuanced understanding of elites, where in dog whistle, where people are thinking like elites, the ones controlling society, and mostly thinking like media and banking and politics, as opposed to university professorship, academic elites. And I don't know a better word if you're just saying among academia in general, like evolution is near consensus, like the association of scientists, that it was 97% believe in evolution. And you would say, so that association of academic scientists, you don't want to call them elites, or
Can
you
you
think
just
because
can you
like
just mute for a second? I'm
mute,
hearing I'm hearing a background noise. I'm trying to see if it's coming through on your end. Oh
it
no,
might be
sorry. No, it's
my
not.
heater.
It's outside of my house. That's fine.
Okay,
It's cool.
the fan's running, but I doubt it's causing that much of an end.
No, it was on my end. I just want to make sure. It's okay. It's already figured out. Yeah, someone's asking about DNA teleportation in the chat.
I do like the word elite for that. Even saying like quantum physics, quantum consciousness, it's like somewhat elite. I'm claiming that only single digit percentage of people in the populace will ever understand this topic. And isn't that kind of definition of elite, or you just want to move on from that?
No, that is esoteric. Something being understood by a small number of people is esoteric, not elite. You could argue that because, of reasons, that which is quote unquote part of your definition of elite is somehow restrictive.
Well, elite, a special group that is superior in terms of ability or qualities to the rest of a group or society. Just proper usage of the word elite. Select group that is superior in terms of ability or qualities to the rest of society. It's proper usage. Usually, because like dog whistle or overusage, you want to use a different word, but elite's the proper word. That's the definition of the word.
Did you give any thought to my argument that evolution is committing a Mott and Bailey fallacy? Do you think that there's anything there? Because
I'm not sure.
there's a
I
statement
even
about
heard.
what, there's a statement about what and a statement about how. So what is that there's changes, and how are those changes happening? There's two statements there. And the one that's established is what? The how is unclear how you would establish that to the exclusion of other models. Do you agree
Yeah,
that
I
that's
would
a
say
Mott and Bailey fallacy?
if you want to say the Mott and Bailey fallacy in terms of evolution would refer to natural selection and evolution of species. So the modest and easy defend is the Mott, and the more controversial and harder to defend being the Bailey. So what people will do for evolution is the Mott will be natural selection. Be like, well, evolution is a simple process. It's clearly shown to be proven, and this mean that
Okay,
there's
so you did understand what I said.
yeah. Although I think it usually, as I said,
Thank
will
God.
refer to natural selection versus evolution of species. So you're saying like, oh well, evolution's a proven
Yeah,
theory.
of
We know
course.
it to
Yeah,
be
probably.
true.
That's a
Then
separate
in
thing,
natural
though.
selection,
Yeah.
as opposed to saying like that lower life forms evolved into higher life forms, or were the product of evolution. That is the Bailey. So if you're talking about
The
something,
Bailey is evolution works by mutation and selection and blah, blah, blah. That's the Bailey. The Bailey
no,
is how. The Mott
I'm
is
saying
that
that's
it
the Mott.
happens. The Mott is the easy, which is the easy one to defend?
The easy is that there's such a phenomenon as evolution,
Yeah.
mutations, and natural selection, like we see it
No.
in viruses. The process of
Okay.
evolution exists and occurs. That's the Mott. Like we know
Okay.
that the process of evolution exists and occurs. The Bailey
We
is
know that
that
mutation
the
occurs.
Bailey is
We
that
know that
evolution is the
mutation occurs.
explanation of our origins, and that evolution explains from lower species to higher species and the origins of man in the various issues. So
And
you're claiming that there's not even a mot that evolution occurs
that
and exists.
microevolution can lead to macroevolution. That's Bailey. There's
Yeah, if
no
you want
evidence for
terms
that.
micro and macro, there's the mot of microevolution that like clearly there's mutations and natural selection. You could show it in a petri dish.
Right.
You can't argue with it.
And then
And
the
then
Bailey is every
the
single instance of
macroevolution.
evolution is identical to this one.
Yeah, that just because you demonstrated that there's mutations and there's natural selection. So if there's a mutation that's advantageous, that eventually will be selected for, could be demonstrated in a petri dish, scientifically proven. Evolution on the micro level could be scientifically proven with like bacteria, and although the actual origin of
I think you mean it
mutation,
can be demonstrated.
yeah, you can't actually.
You
um
demonstrate that it happens. Proving it would mean show every single instance of it happening for all time. That may not be possible, right? So
you can't
proving,
actually isolate that it was caused by mutation.
I think you can establish that there was a change in genetics through selective breeding, like Punnett squares and such. I always
You
come
could
back to the same
establish that there's.
example, the brassica,
Well, I
brassica
mean,
evolving into broccoli.
focus on the logic. It's saying like, if you're talking about virus or bacteria becoming resistant and having a strain where you have the RNA or DNA um, encoded and you know exactly what it was, and we know that it's been tested to show mutation rates of like 1 out of 10,000 in a virus or various ones. We have those mutation rates tested, and for immunity, that a strain of bacteria or virus, a new strain will appear that's immune, and then over a short period of time, the new strain that's immune will become the dominant strain. That could be shown in a petri dish all the time. You could do that experiment in a college class, but did you actually show that the new strain occurred from evolution? Can you isolate and show that the new strain is a product of a mutation? I'm not sure they could actually isolate that and demonstrate it.
Well, they would have good cause to believe that it were. The problem isn't on that level. The problem is going from uh, a bunch of instances of microevolution, therefore macroevolution, that doesn't follow. That's the main problem. That is a completely unjustified induction
Yes, I'm making the
for
point
nothing.
that I'm not sure that on a scientific level that even we say evolution has been proven, that I'm not sure it has, in the sense that there's inference, it's likely, but you can't actually isolate and show that the new strain that becomes dominant is the product of evolution. Because if you have a
Well, what
petri
you're
dish,
describing sounds like selection. Like, is it at all like if you use a 99% bacteria killing gel that it kills all but 1%, and then theoretically can repopulate the whole hand with the 1% of the bacteria that didn't get killed? Is it that kind of a thing? Because to me, that doesn't demonstrate evolution. That demonstrates selection. So there's a selection pressure, aka the hand gel, the antibacterial gel is the pressure. And that is an instance of selection. That's not evolution. But I would be fine with saying that it's some type of evolutionary process to go from brassica to broccoli. And it is something because it's irreversible.
well, there's more evidence than you said, because you have the genome. You could have a bacteria strain where they've mapped out its genome and they might even have mapped out most of it. They've taken a map of hundreds of individual bacteria in the genome, and then introduced like a um, some form of antibiotic that is killing it, and then all of a sudden there's a new strain that is resistant, and they map the genome of the new strain, and the new strain has a different genome, and then in a short period the old strain is basically wiped out, maybe even completely non-existent, and then you have a new strain that is resistant and you have the genome mapped out. But to say that the new genome is likely it came from random mutation, and like I showed you on the next strain when we look at COVID-19, where you have the mutations, you have the genome mapping, you have exactly where the mutation occurred, and then even where a handful of those mutations might make a difference in like the spike protein. And so you have all that evidence because you have the genomes mapped out, but you can't isolate and say this virus mutated. So that you could do the experiment in your laboratory in a petri dish with bacteria, but you can't isolate the individual virus or bacteria that actually mutated. You could just show over a period of time that the new strain became dominant, the old strain died out, and it had a different genome. And so you're assuming that one of them mutated and became that one and then became the dominant one. But so you can't isolate the given bacteria that mutated. But the evidence is a little stronger that you said because you do have the full genome mapping where like you could pop up next strain and show exactly where the mutation occurred and look at the genome map of the previous strain and the new strain and see like there was clearly a change in this genome.
Are you saying something to the effect of like maybe it was something that caused the change that was like something it wasn't are you saying maybe it wasn't a mutation that caused the evolutionary step? Or are you saying something
Well,
we can only
I'm
establish
saying
it?
that as a skeptic. So
Okay.
you could say, okay, like a petri dish of bacteria has millions of bacteria. So it could be that even though maybe you mapped out 100 or whatever and you found all the one strain, that of the million that there was one that had that genome before and it wasn't through a mutation or some other explanation, because you can't isolate the mutation. It still leaves the possibility for other explanations. So maybe logically say, okay, what was the other explanation? And the most likely is evolution. But from a scientific level, until that step has been isolated, it's still making you know extrapolations that may or may not be true. And I mean, so if you could show through mappings or various ones, like I don't know exactly how they test it, that if a replication error happens, like a weak viral replication error happens at one in every 10,000, like a bacteria or a human mechanism, the error rate might be as little as one in a million. There are different types of mechanisms that change the error rates, but the highest error rates about one in 10,000, and the lower ones might be one in a million or even lower. And there's some testing, like how do we know those numbers and replication error if you're just talking like DNA or RNA transcription. um, so you're going to have a transcription error of 1 in tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. So if you have a petri dish and there's been a change, so you could reasonably assume that the change is evolution in action. It was a transcription error that led to something useful, and then that useful thing um, prevailed through natural selection. So, I mean, like your I already forgot the Mott and Hoppel, or what was that again? Mott and Hoppel.
It's the Mott and Bailey fallacy, and thanks for indulging it because it's a bit complicated. But I'm glad that you can actually see what I'm saying there because
Yeah, I point that all the time. Like you generally say, like, it's the word game that, like, well, I believe in evolution if you limit the definition to natural selection, or even if you add mutations in natural selection, like even the process
yeah.
of mutations, like a lot of people will you just be like, well, do you believe in natural selection? Like, well, yeah, I think natural selection, um, even and then you add in like well, can mutations cause a difference that would be naturally selected for? And if you want, how many small pieces of information do you have to keep on adding on till you're at a Bailey where the whole gamut of I believe that inanimate objects eventually came into the precursors to life, to single cell organisms, to life today in us.
I don't know if you feel like you've answered the question. Chat did ask what we thought about evolution. So,
I think both of us believe in devolution. I mean, that's personally my belief system, is that we
okay,
devolve from
some
higher
people
form.
take issue with that. And I'm saying devolution not in a derogatory sense, in a technical sense, as in it's adapted to the domain. So, the example I always use is brassica to broccoli. You can't go back to brassica. So, can the materialists give an account for why we can't go back to brassica from broccoli? I've actually had people tell me that, yeah, actually, you can.
But it's a
Just needs time.
category error, because then and I don't believe in devolution from higher material being a devolution from higher spiritual forms, or not in the form that
Not in either, just
it's not a
evolving.
direct comparison to evolution that believes we came from lower material forms. I believe in devolution, that there are no higher material forms than man that we devolved from. We devolved from what would be higher forms and spiritual forms.
That's your position.
That's my position.
Okay.
And so, I mean, if you're making a category error in the sense that um, it's not the same evolution from devolution, because if you say we're at the top of the evolutionary hierarchy,
I'm
so
not
we
saying that.
didn't, I'm saying that, and so we didn't devolve from higher things that we don't know about. We devolved from higher life forms that are of a different category than you would usually be in the purview of evolution.
Like an avataric model.
Well, like the demigods
Yeah.
or the
So
angels.
demigods taking birth type of thing. Is that what you're
It's
saying?
unclear. I mean, because it'd be a dualistic process. So I say devolution, I'm talking about something dualistic in nature. And when people say evolution, they're usually referring to a materialist conception. But that would be the word that I'd use, is that we devolved from higher forms.
Which should be considered a completely non-rational, extreme religious position, according to many, possibly.
Well, I mean, it's rational. It's non materialistic. It's logical. It's rational. Whether there's evidence for it or whether there's problems with it, I don't think that's the problem. It's not that it's illogical or irrational.
So are you saying something like there's this universal brassica that we're all descended from, kind of thing? Not brassica literally, but some brassica-esque thing that is that kind of what you're saying? Like that all humans came from one thing that was higher than them somehow? Is that it? Yeah, I'm not even sure I understand.
Well, I don't have a precise mechanism saying that there's higher forms, and that's our origins of. And if you just want to put it in simple terms, like even you have up their uh, inverse figure eight that that we materialize from spiritual form.
That's
But
presuming that this mathematical form is spiritual.
so that's a devolution to
It's
say
not to devolution, though. It's basically saying that everything is just a different version of the same thing, very generally.
I mean devolution from um spiritual to material. I mean, devolution just a transfer or delegation of power to a lower level, especially so I mean just the transfer delegation of power to a lower level. So even if you say like we devolved from God, we devolved from the gods, from the higher spiritual echelon, that's devolution because the power was degraded. That we're not evolved from lower life forms, we're devolved from higher life forms.
Hmm. Yeah, so my view on evolution is that we're in a consciousness first universe. So consciousness is the force of evolution. So it's obvious that evolution is happening in some sense. Just kind of what's the best way for us to understand how it's happening, and consciousness accumulates. So there's always kind of more of it because there's always more observations to make, and the observations are cumulative. Go ahead.
When James said it's not logical, it's not even plausible, it's surely not probable. But logic is just a structure of um, axioms and conclusions. So he's saying that it's logical that if you just if you're
Would you
asserting that
defend this view in a debate, though? The idea of higher to lower life forms as the mechanism for, quote, evolution. Would you defend that on modern day debate?
I guess I probably would. I would say it's the mainstream religious opinion. It's the biblical
Devolution
opinion.
is not a term
It's the
that
Hindu
mainstream
opinion.
evolutionists talk about. They
With
talk about,
devolution is opposition theory to evolution.
I don't know
It's like
about
I mean,
that.
devolution is like creationism. I mean,
Okay.
creationist theory
Oh,
is
I
a
see.
form
Okay.
of devolution.
Okay.
It's in Platonism also. It's a is a form of devolution. I think when you use the term logic. Logic is just a structure of reasoning and doesn't apply to necessary validity or evidence.
I think we're not always talking about the same thing when we use the word logic, so it's a little tricky. So I guess my thing with the devolving or revolving or whatever, I think they're both sort of charged terms, but I need to have some way to convey that the brassica to broccoli can happen faster than the reverse, and it's not clear that the reverse can happen.
They're contradictory worldviews and saying devolution is the mainstream cosmology of most religions, biblical, Vedic, dualistic systems.
Um, yeah, but the sense in which that's intrinsic is sort of different. So
Well, they're competing worldviews. I'm saying devolution is the mainstream spiritual
you're saying
worldview.
it sounds like you're saying every theological view is one of devolution.
probably the vast majority of them, maybe all of them.
Really? That every single theological view is understanding some sort of template up in heaven descending into matter to become a shadow of its template or something. Is that what you're saying?
If you want to say comparative cosmology, that most religious belief system, spiritual cosmologies are a form of devolution where higher powers are delegated or relegated to lower powers. That it's not a bottom up model where lower forms evolve to higher forms. It's a top down where higher forms are subjugated or limited to lower forms. And if you're
Mm-hmm.
looking from completely different systems from biblical to uh, Vedic, I mean, so I mean, like the biblical in the way that your life is breathed in, or combination of forms, or limitation, and intrinsically dualistic. That devolution fits into a dualistic model where the spiritual is above the material, and the
It's not
essence.
really clear how. So you're saying like they fall out of heaven and then they keep falling? That's the logic? It really doesn't. I don't get it, honestly.
One,
I
because
have
fall,
a
you're
hard time
using
understanding
fall
this.
as a material realm. But, I mean, so if you think more in terms of
You
rules
said
and higher,
devolving. To me, that's associated with a fall, a
well, I
lowering.
mean, you're using a fall. If you're just looking like higher order rules to lower order rules to degrees of freedom, that you like the soul being limited by the material form. I don't really understand what's so complicated about it. I'd say it's mainstream theology, this concept of devolution.
Never heard of it myself. I mean, I've never heard it expressed this way. I am familiar with the idea of like Krishna taking birth and that being a descent. That's
I
what
mean,
I'm
because
familiar with. So,
devolution is more modern in terms and opposition to the word evolution. Like, I guess historically in politics, devolution is when a central government transfers power to a local government, like a decentralization. Um, you're just on Wikipedia. Devolution is the statutory delegations of power from a central government or sovereign state to govern at a subnational level, such as at a local level. So people started using the word devolution in opposition to biology. In biology, de-evolution is the notion that a species can revert to supposedly more primitive forms over time. So that's not the biological term. So de-evolution is just a word, and if it's complicating it, because it's being used as a pushback. Oh, you believe in evolution, I believe in devolution. And within biology it's not the same word. Within the words of politics, it's your general cosmology of dualistic cosmology trying to be put into the lexicon of science. So I don't think, like,
okay.
historically, like the Greeks didn't use the terminology devolution for the descent of the soul into into life, or from the descent of the soul from the heavens to the planet. I don't think devolution was historically the term used. It's in only with the advent of evolution has that been termed as a pushback to say, like, no, we believe the opposite of evolution. We devolved, we didn't evolve.
So according to evolution, it shouldn't be possible. According to atheistic evolution, it shouldn't be possible. According to what you're saying, it sounds like it shouldn't be possible to go back to brassica from broccoli. Because that would be devolution, which is impossible. Am I understanding that correctly?
Um, I don't know if it's impossible. Evolution or backwards evolution. I don't know if it's been ruled impossible. There's Dallow's law of irreversibility. Lewis Dallow, already 1893, um, rejects the possibility of devolution. I guess it's called the law, Dallow's law of irreversibility, implying that devolution is impossible.
Yeah. So is that a thing in biology? Sounds, maybe it is. Irreversibility? What was it again?
Well,
Dallow's law?
Dallow's law is irreversibility.
Hmm.
Irreversibility is, I mean, Delayla was talking about that in his Just Logic. So irreversibility is a generic scientific concept and applies even to thermodynamics as opposed to Dallow's law, the irreversibility of evolutionary processes. There is no reverse of evolution. Once you go forward, there's no way to go back to the previous form.
So basically a thermodynamic argument.
No. Irreversibility is a generic scientific term that implies that you can't move backwards. That
Okay. Yeah. So like time and entropy and all that. So
but
this sounds
Dallow's law,
almost like evolution has a direction, according to this.
you could call it a direction, but irreversibility.
Yeah, you could call it that if this holds.
But it's based on the mechanism of. It's not based on necessarily thermodynamics. It's based on the genetic mechanism
It
of.
may be connected to thermodynamics indirectly through irreversibility due to time being coupled to entropy. And obviously entropy being thermodynamics. But it's fine. We can just talk about it in terms of irreversibility. I mean, I doubt there's anything in here about thermo.
But that's not what
Nope.
devolution is saying. I mean, like a spiritual devolution is dualistic. It's a dualistic claim in nature. So I mean, like I'm saying, I'm a devolutionist. That's basically just a fancy, like I'm a dualist, and because dualism is rejected, and so just put it in the terminology of devolutionist. But basically, when I use that, I'm saying I'm a dualist, and so my cosmology is based on dualism and the likelihood that the higher order rules of the spiritual realm are higher than the rules of the material realm, that the spiritual realm is above the material realm, and therefore it's a dissension from the essential nature of man, which is spiritual, into the material as a devolution. I devolved into material form. So it's saying something completely different than evolution. It's not like saying like devolution in terms of Dallow's law and the opposite of evolution. It's making a spiritual point that I devolved from spiritual form to material form.
Okay. So it's not really an assertion about evolution. It's more an assertion about spiritual
The
origin,
technical
the origins of spirituality and the soul.
the technical word makes sense and is meaningful, But if you're looking at the opposite of what by adding devolution to mean the opposite of what biological evolution means, no, it's not the opposite, but in terms of evolved, meaning from lower to higher, that it's proper that devolution, meaning going from a higher of spiritual form to a lower of material form.
And you're saying something like this principle applies on Earth, possibly with evolution ish. Well, this would be the disproof of evolution. Are you a young Earth creationist?
Well, I'm a multiple truth hypothesis. I don't
Okay,
really
so how
understand
much of a
what's so
prior
complicated
odds do
about
you
what I'm
accord to
saying.
the young Earth creationism?
It's a competitive cosmology worldview that's saying, no, I do not believe in evolution. I do not believe that we ascended from lower life forms or the process. I believe we descended from higher life forms, and those higher life forms are spiritual. I don't really understand what's so complicated about this.
Because it just sounds like two different claims.
There are two different claims. They're competing worldviews. I'm a devolutionist, not an evolutionist. I believe in a different worldview.
I know, but the two things you just said together sounded like they were in the same opinion.
An evolutionist versus devolutionist?
Well, no, it just sounded like they were both the devolutionist position. I'm just sort of shocked. I didn't know. I mean, that's why I was asking if you're a young Earth creationist, because it seems like that's the only possible position that could justify your view.
No, I'm saying, like, I mean, really the term comes from Hinduism. But I
Okay.
would say that biblical creationist, also any form of creationism is a form of devolutionism. I mean, really, the Vedic, uh, really, it's Vedic, the devolution.
Well, there's devolution in the sense of Krishna taking birth. And then you could say there's devolution in another sense from quantum mechanics of a state transition degrading or expanding over time.
Devolution is
So those are
just
two, to me,
means
those are
from
different. And what you're describing is conflating them in ways that I honestly cannot, I'm just confused and have
because
trouble
it just
understanding what you're
means
saying.
higher form becoming lower form.
Yeah. And I guess that's just not specific enough for me to do anything with, to be meaningful for me. James says, does Doovid think our spiritual selves volunteered to come down to this realm as some sort of test? I've heard some theists make that claim. Yeah, like just before you answer this, I was saying like it's kind of different if you're sitting in heaven, you come down. I'm not saying this is your position, but I'm saying I can't tell the differences of like being up there, coming down. I'm alive, and that's what devolution meant. Is coming down from heaven to be alive, versus the form of the species changing over time to reflect some sort of changing conditions, and in the sense becoming adapted to its domain in an irreversible sense. So I can't tell, and obviously those are different. So yeah, do you want to go ahead and field James's
It's
question?
devolution either way. Whatever. I mean, I in general, multiple truth hypotheses, different sages who answer that question differently. But in any of those cases, it's still devolution. So, like in Hinduism, if you have the Loka system, you have the heavenly and the hellish planets. And if you want to call the heavenly planets are higher and the hellish planets are lower, and the origins of our jiva or soul is the heavenly planets that we devolved, that our origins are from a higher realm, and then we're currently in a lower realm. It's devolution. So I mean, the devolution term is generally comes from Hindu cosmology in the Loka system of the heavenly and hellish planets. Um,
Okay.
if you want to, and because it's very clear that there's higher and lower, and our origin is higher. So when we say evolution, there's not a differentiation in material evolutionary biology of heavenly and hellish planets. There's only one world but it's evolution because it's lower from lower life forms to higher life forms. But
That'd
just
be
in
a
a
tough,
pure,
real tough position to defend, wouldn't it?
it's not. These are mainstream worldviews.
The worldview being mainstream doesn't make it easy to defend in a debate.
Well, I think either one of them is pretty easy to defend. Evolution or Hinduism is pretty easy to defend. They're logical. That it is saying
Okay, yeah, sure.
Hinduism is logical. You say the evidence are provable, but the Loka system of heavenly and hellish planets and the dissension of the soul, that it follows logic. None of it's irrational. It's all rational. Even think like the Greek origins. The Greeks, in essence, believed in a similar thing. The creations of rationalists believed in a similar concept of the dissension of the soul. It's logical. It's rational. Whether the evidence supports it or whether you could prove it uh, doesn't mean it's irrational. Just because you can't prove it doesn't mean it's irrational.
Just because you can't prove it doesn't mean it's irrational. Yeah, guess not.
When I say follow, like you just made your statement in the chat, James, about do you think that our spiritual selves volunteered to come down to this realm as some sort of test? That's a rational argument. That, well, why am I here? Because I was in a higher realm.
How is coming down for a test a rational argument?
Because it's a logical explanation based on reason for why we're here.
Okay.
It's completely based on rationality and reason. The explanation, it's not illogical. You're saying like, why are we here? No reason, or something that doesn't follow logic. It's like it follows logic. We're here because of this rational, logical reason that we're being tested. It's a rational explanation.
Sounds more to me like an emotional appeal.
I mean, you always mix this up. I mean, it's all your same thing with it's not a scientific explanation. It's a logical, rational explanation. It's not a scientific explanation.
I think why I'm disagreeing is because to me, rationality has to say insight, and it's not clear what the insight of a taking birth for a challenge is, or however it was being phrased.
Because
Like
it's based on reason.
It's an explanation.
Explanation based on reason. That's rational.
Well, it's an explanation. I don't see the leap to it being based on reason. It just sounds like a description, which is fine. That's what it is.
It's a reason.
Which doesn't make it, and then to go from that to logical is where I sort of like, why is it logical? Just sounds like you're saying it explains something sequentially. If that's what it means to be logical, okay.
That is what it means. I mean, you have some false understanding of logic, rationality, and science where you're mixing up the terms. It's rational, it's logical, it's not scientific. And maybe you can argue that it's scientific. In saying false theories are also logical, rational, and scientific.
And then someone might ask how.
Well, it's just wrong.
Well, no, the question would be how are illogical, or sorry, how are untrue theories scientific?
Well, just because it has the structure of reason and axioms leading to conclusion.
So logical, rational, and scientific sounds like they all mean the same thing in your worldview.
No, I mean, they all mean something different.
Which is?
I You want to go through and define these terms one by one?
Well, just from what you said, it sounds like they're indistinguishable, and then you said they're
And then
distinguishable.
these
I'm
these
saying,
words
okay,
have
how?
changed meaning over time. So I mean, all these words they're all Greek. I mean, it's the same word games that we get into it. They're all Greek words. Saying how modern what we conceive these words to mean today, but they're all Greek words.
Yeah. So if they're indistinguishable effectively, then why not just use one term?
They are distinguishable.
How?
Rationality, science, and logic,
Yeah.
because they're distinguishable. They mean different things.
And I'm asking, what's the difference?
If science means knowledge, rational reason, and logic means word, and sometimes
How many people do you think are using logic to mean word in the modern day?
logic. I mean, if you look, logic generally means correct reasoning. So rational just means reasoning, doesn't mean correct reasoning. Logic could sometimes mean correct reasoning.
Okay.
Science just means knowledge. If you look in the modern definition, science is the application of a method. And some, if you want like a Greek understanding what these words used to mean, saying rational is reasoning, logic is the study of correct reasoning, and science is the product of correct reasoning. It's knowledge when it's been determined to be correct reasoning. And but originally science was not a material field. That I mean, in the Greek periods, it wasn't through experimentation. It would have been through mental speculation or mathematical proof, like logical reasoning, breaking down in components, and the elements of logic of like modus ponens and falsification that would. But in that, it's a method, and many things can't be proven correct or not. So it's just the study of correct reasoning.
Are
So
you
if you could,
saying methods can't be proven correct?
well, they may or may not, but saying logic is more a method. It's
Okay.
the study of correct reasoning.
The abstract perfectionment of reason?
Yes, so it doesn't mean that any given thing could be proven true or false. So he's saying if it's
Sure.
logical, if you created a theory, it's rational, it's based on reasoning, and then logical, the study of correct reasoning, where it's been structured and tested and validated through reasoning principles, versus if you say it's been proven or demonstrated. So we say, okay, logic could be used to prove or demonstrate, but logic cannot prove or demonstrate everything. Not all claims are subject to proof. So it could still follow a logical structure, even if it can't be subject to proof. And so you have a logical
Then
structure
there's
with
the question of how do you establish it as logical if you can't prove it?
by the formulation of a system of axioms and deductions.
So any system with axioms and deductions is logical as long as it abides the conditions of the axiom structure, basically. It's a
Yes, so if you make
question of validity, internal consistency.
so it's if it's internally consistent, it's logical.
It
Even
would
if
be
the
valid. That's the way language, that's how
valid.
logic describes that type of a structure is valid, internally consistent. The truth of the conclusions is guaranteed by the truth of the premises.
Yes, so given these axioms that cannot be proven true or false, but based on these axioms, that the conclusions of the axioms follow the rules of logic. It's internally consistent. It's logical.
All rules of logic, that's the thing, those don't exist. Logic is the rule.
Logic, there's rules of logic.
Yeah, claim that I will never, ever agree with.
Or you call them methods. I mean, they're saying they're all Greek words
Okay,
anyway.
so this is where how I would try to explain it is the problem of induction is the same reason you can't have rules of logic. So you can have descriptions that seem rule-like, but to have a rule is an implementational thing that sort of denies this other well-known thing of non-duality. So it, just to put it simply, is the problem of induction. How do you
rules of logic are generally the law of identity, contradiction, exclusion, or excluded middle, and reason and consequence, or sufficient reason. So there's generally the rules of logic.
Right.
And then if you're going to look at prepositional logic, then you have modus ponens, modus tollens, syllogism, and possibly more.
Okay. So your initial definition of logic versus this one, not the same. Another Martin Bailey. So if all logic is a description of an accurate whatever, it doesn't necessarily lend itself to anything more specifically than that. And maybe there's a contradiction in trying to define something past a certain level of precision when it's definitionally, according to its original definition,
because they're all Greek
meant to
words.
be vague.
So you just want to learn Greek history and Greek thought. There's a reason we're using Greek words.
And what's the reason?
Because they invented it, that we're copying their ideas.
Okay, and do you think we're using logos or logic in the same sense as them?
No, I mean, words and ideas have changed meaning and forms.
Yeah, I think so too.
But it's evolved or devolved from the Greek concept.
Well, I mean, I don't know why you want to put it in those terms. You could say evolved, sure.
Or devolved.
I wouldn't say that you could describe languages as devolving because they're going forward in time. They're not also going backwards in time. So to me, it doesn't make sense for a language to do anything other than evolve. That's how I understand it. A language to devolve, if for something to be devolving, there has to be something with respect to which it's devolving. Show me what it is with respect to which language is devolving, and we can talk about it, but I don't think you can actually find that center, so to speak.
What does evolve and devolve mean?
Huh. You're asking me now, and I'm saying I don't even necessarily accept this paradigm here.
Just a simple definition of what's evolve and devolve.
It's not terms you can simply define.
Yes, they are.
No,
I did it like 10 times.
But were your definitions useful? Were they accurate? Were they complete? The way I understand evolution is that it's a principle. Things evolve. And so there could be an understanding of how things evolve, wherein the premise of things evolving is never negated. That's how I understand evolution. Now, devolution,
But you're going off on a.
you asked
You're
me to
not.
define evolution, and I just
No,
gave
I
you my
asked you to
definition.
define evolve or devolve. I didn't ask you to define evolution.
Well, evolve is the action of evolution.
No, it's not. I mean, what the hell's wrong with you?
What the hell's wrong with you?
Evolution's a scientific theory. Evolve and devolve are generic words. Evolve. What's the root of the word evolve?
No clue.
Yeah, so just say you have no clue. I mean, you can't even reason it out.
I don't believe in
What word?
substance
What
essence
word?
of
What word?
terminology, certainly
What
not
word
in
is evolve?
English.
What word is evolve similar enough to that you could think of? I mean, revolution. I mean, if you look like
You're asking me
well,
which word in English is closest to the term that I identify with evolve, a concept that I almost never think about?
evolve, it means volvere, to roll, like the word revolution. The earth revolves around the sun. Like roll, circle around.
Yeah, see how re isn't the same as D, because the re is kind of flat, as in revolving, as in not falling down a bunch of stairs, but rather rolling around in some kind of a merry-go-round.
Evolve means out of, and devolve means down. It's like evolve generally
Right.
meaning up, evolve meaning down. And
Yeah.
so the etymology around the 17th century, before the theory of evolution, evolve meant to make more complex. Devolve meant to make more simple. So it's saying logic. Evolve meant that now things are more complex. So in terms of evolution, meaning we're more complex, that we originated from lower life forms and we evolve because we're more complex, as opposed to devolution, that we're more simple, that we devolve from more complex forms and now we're less complex. And so in terms of logic, that we evolve from the Greeks, that our form of logic today is more complex, as in maybe we devolved, that the form of logic today is less complex than the original Greek form.
Hmm.
Just the pure meaning of the word
And what's our
evolve.
definition of complexity?
Well, you just keep on circling around with words.
That point is that there isn't a definition of complexity. It's alluding to some preconceived notion. And I'm saying, I don't think that's good enough.
Well, there is. They're saying that if you just say higher and lower, evolve implying higher, devolve implying lower. It was a devolve that our understanding and use of logic today is less than it was in Greek times. So that we didn't evolve the current language of logic and science and reason from the Greeks. We devolved the current terminology of science, reason, and logic from the Greeks because our current understanding of these terms and usage of these terms is lesser than it was in the time of the ancient Greeks.
And that, huh.
And that's why we're still using their terms, because we've devolved.
I mean, I could just say our understanding has progressed. And we've got more specific and more accurate understanding of the same concepts, which were good but needed improvement.
Well, you could say that. You
I
could
could
wish
say
it.
that. That's why your argument sort of makes no sense to me.
Well, because you just have this assumption that like, things have gotten better, and saying like you mean because you have
I didn't
evolution.
say things got better. I said that evolution is sort of untensed, whereas devolution has a connotation of something going lower, whereas evolution may not have a connotation of something going higher.
Yes, it does. That's the pure connotation of the words. Evolution, higher, devolution, lower.
Okay? Well, there's
Like
people who in the
elevator.
chat have there's
I've been
people in the chat
elevated,
who've disagreed that there's a direction on evolution.
like
So, there
elevation,
you go.
elevation going higher. Deflation going lower.
You really think
It's the
that's gonna
pure.
change
I mean, I mean,
anything?
I mean, get an education. Like God forbid, like
What are you
etymology.
talking about?
We have no education of language. There's just the
You're
pure
just, like,
etymology of the
arguing
word.
that because I don't agree with you on an incredibly
There's
vague
nothing
and
to agree
obscure
about.
interpretation that I'm not
This is the
educated now.
breakdown and
Okay.
etymology of the word.
I am not gonna memorize the etymology of a word randomly. We can talk
You
about the
don't even know the
concept.
etymology or the breakdown of the word, but yet you're claiming to have some insight into its meaning. It's just nonsense.
I can understand evolution as a principle, can't I?
Without even knowing the etymology of the word,
What if I know the mechanism of evolution? Is that not enough?
now you're referring to the scientific theory that's referred to as evolution, not the word itself.
How
And
about
so
just
there's
the
a
physical
history
process? How
that
about just the
when
physical process of it?
physical process of what? Of
Evolution.
evolving or devolving,
Of evolution, period.
of evolving or devolving.
Of evolution, period.
When you say evolution, you mean the scientific theory referred to as
No, I
evolution.
mean the mechanical process of evolution.
And disambiguate.
I think the word is disambiguate. I'm not sure what you're asking, but my understanding of evolution comes from thinking about the mechanical process of evolution, mostly.
Yeah, so if you mean evolution disambiguation, evolution, there's evolution disambiguation. Like on Wikipedia, if you type in evolution, this article is about evolution in biology. For related articles for other uses, see evolution disambiguation. And then when you click under evolution disambiguation, you have countless entries under evolution.
Is one of them asking God? Because that's how I know about evolution, mostly. Tim asks, progress towards what? Yeah, so there's sort of some differing opinions out there. Some people say evolution doesn't have a direction. It's just what happened. I'm saying I'm looking at it as a heat expansion problem, and there ought to be a directionality in the sense of increased thermal efficiency of some sort on a particular level, which doesn't tend to be the subject level.
I don't see where Anders get this. I don't see what you can't get about it. Like Doovid is making a distinction between the word evolution and the theory of evolution. And I think it's correct to say that evolution in general means progress. And so the word devolution in general would mean reverse progress or degress.
Okay.
In pure definition, progress towards higher complexity, devolution would be regress towards lower complexity.
Okay.
And here, competence is completely missing. So evolution is not always progress. Look up all the organisms that have lost their brain over time. So he's going back to this evolution, referring to the scientific theory of evolution as opposed to the word evolution that means progress. So he's saying progress isn't always progress in the theory of evolution, but the etymology of the word itself, if it's not progress, it's regress.
And this somehow connects to evolution. Somehow.
You mean the theory of evolution?
Okay, the theory of evolution.
Well, I don't know what you're saying because you're asking about the theory of evolution or evolution.
I'm not really sure. We've gone in a lot of directions here. I think originally it just was the chat asking about what we thought about evolution, and I haven't been able to get a word in edgewise to say what I think about evolution. It's just been you going on about what you think about evolution.
No, I mean, I believe in devolution, and then we got on this
Right.
huge
You think it's
tangent.
devolution.
That's what I believe in devolution, and you just couldn't understand the word devolution.
Well, there's two different interpretations of it. So obviously, I don't know which one you're referring to. At least two, possibly, maybe more than two definitions of it. I don't know. But yeah, basically, I understand it as a thermodynamic problem that there's a tendency towards more consciousness, but it's happening at a very slow rate. So the consciousness might get explored in a whole bunch of different ways. That's why it's really hard to pin down directionality. But if there was an actual directionality, then that would be determinism in a way, which is not really the case because there's this simulation going on of indeterminacy. So that's my understanding. There's that individuated life forms are going to have this at least one pump, usually a lot more than just one pump like the ear. The way the ear works is passive version of these pumps. So the brain is also one of these pumps. So it's just a very basic that, animal body has at least one. And over time, there's going to be more transformation of non-living matter into living matter. And there's going to be a competition for more efficiency, and that's where it starts to look like there could be something like devolution, but it's two different sort of directions or ways things can happen. And one is like the angler fish. And how does that work? It's like just careening towards a little village, a little breakaway civilization. Like, the mate melts into it, it's got its own light bulb. That's highly adapted to one domain exclusively, pretty much. Like anything other than super dark environment, it's probably not going to have the edge because it's so clumsy. So then you have also general intelligence. That would be a sort of specific intelligence, which we could argue is the same as brassica and therefore devolution, which obviously there's too many issues with that term, but that's the basic idea and why one might call it that, versus an evolution towards more general intelligence, i.e., that which is not fixed into a predetermined modality like the anglerfish. And it's just such a pronounced example, which is why I like to invoke it, as how it has like this extra sort of head almost with light coming out of it. Being like, whoa, kind of like a peacock also with its gigantic feathers. How did that happen?
Even Wikipedia says Hinduism believes in devolution.
See, like, I don't know what that means, right? Because there could be, I don't want to speak to that. It just
Let's
sounds
read off Wikipedia.
inflammatory.
Hindu creationism. According to Hindu creationists, all species on Earth, including humans, have devolved or come down from a high state of pure consciousness, Brahman. Hindu creationists claim that species of plant and animals are material forms adopted by pure consciousness, which live an endless cycle of births and deaths. But even Wikipedia saying devolved or come down from a higher state of pure consciousness. And so that's why Hindus believe in devolution, that we originate from pure consciousness. Um,
And why
but
couldn't that? Why couldn't you just switch that and make that an evolution narrative?
an evolution narrative,
Yeah,
because it's a descension, not an ascension.
not if Brahman is directionless, which it obviously.
The devolution comes from Hinduism. I'm using it, if you want to say, like a Kabbalism or possibly a biblical creation. I mean, the term, in terms of cosmology, this concept of devolution comes from Hinduism. With the pure use of the word and come down from a higher state.
And I'm guessing that's mixed up in the concept of avatar, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
No, I mean, because Hindu devolution would apply not just to deities, but everything. Everything originates from pure consciousness, and pure consciousness is a higher form than the material form, so everything has devolved. It's like the locus system, or there's different forms of devolution, but I would say basically all Hindu cosmology, uh, that's where the terminology devolution, I have to look when the first time devolution was used. It's likely that devolution came into use from Hindus after evolution, but it's possible that Hindus were using the term devolution before the theory of evolution. I'm not sure if you look up some scholarship on that.
Definitely a big question. Intelligence is hard to define now that I think of it. Yeah, terms will always be cyclically defined. And so you have a couple of options. You can just try to, have a mild awareness of big number of terms and get understanding from that, or drill down on some fundamental concepts to attempt to get insight from something that is able to be encompassed by a finite mind. Like, I don't know how many stories you've read, Doovid, but do you think you could simultaneously think of every single story you've ever read, or how many could you think of at once?
I think generally the mind could only think of one thing at a time. If you're talking memory or like the chunk, I might be able to conceive of all the various chunks, but or short-term memory, 7 plus or minus 2.
So anywhere from 1 to 9, but definitely a finite number and not a large number. So I think that's fair enough.
Well, if my mind is clear, so not, right now there's nothing on my mind, so I could maybe feel the totality of everything in my mind, even though nothing's on my mind. So, like, I'm sitting here at thousands of books on my shelf, and if my mind is clear, I could see in my mind's eye all the books on my shelf, but I'm not thinking about any of them. But when I start to think about one of them or any of them, it limits to basically I can only think about one at a time. But I could see in my mind's eye, if I'm not thinking about anything, possibly all of them on the shelf, in terms like not just the visual shelf on my library, but the internal mind's eye shelf of my memory.
So I just get around this circularity of definitions by having small sets of circular definitions that I treat as primitives and contemplate an individual primitive for however long I feel it's necessary to get insight on it. And I've got a diagram there on the screen showing different sets of primitives that I use and how I think they rank in the realism versus non-realism axes and intuitive versus abstract. But I don't really think there's any way out of this. You can have a lot of combos where it seems like you might get out of this and you can learn some things, but to actually get to that point of insight, of really confident knowing, yeah, you kind of have to go from several different perspectives and then glean a meta perspective and then get to some type of practical limit of understanding what are the entailments of a meta perspective. But yeah, it just sounds like evolution is going to be one of those exciting debates, perhaps for all time. Just kind of sounds like you want to debate it, like in an actual forum, maybe.
Um, I would like, but I'm not sure there's a proper venue or time, or that it makes much sense that like debating hasn't worked out that well. Like we originally wanted to have regular debates. Um, I've never been on modern day debate, and even if I was kind of low tier, and we weren't able to organize our own debates. So basically, the only debates I do regularly are Jewish related, and that's basically because of my subject expertise, and I guess like the demand of the times, where there are people who attack Judaism, and I'm one of the people willing to defend it. That it's whatever reason, that's the only subject. Like I mentioned on Ben Thorpe, where this issue, are relationships transactional, that turned into like discussion debate. Uh, and I haven't mentioned, like, that might be an interesting formal debate. Are relationships transactional? I like debate and could debate really any issue. Um, if there was a venue, I would debate evolution regularly. Like every few months, if people were inviting me on the subject. It hasn't happened. Even when Bubble mentioned it, and if Friday, I wouldn't be able to do it, but he said he needed a partner. I would have even volunteered to be partners with Bubble to debate evolution, but it's on Friday, so I wouldn't be Friday night. I wouldn't be able to do it anyways.
Yeah, that's too bad. Would you do it if it was on a different night, though? I mean, you seem kind of like unsure about
I
that
would probably
platform.
say yes to like debate on almost any subject anytime, but like there's it doesn't happen that much. There's hardly any debates, and even like formal debates where you're gonna have a topic dedicated to a debate where you're going to invite people and talk about that subject. Almost never happens. That you might have panels where they're discussing it, or part of it was like Grace Thorpe, where it was supposed to be an AMA, and then it turned into a debate on whether relationships are transactional, and like the Crucible
Hmm.
or something like that. Like there's too much production that so almost all of my debates are whimsical, where I'm basically defending the Jews. So like I'll probably end up talking to this guy Rizzoli, and so it's just kind of like whimsical according to the times, where I'm going to be defending the Jews, and we'll call it a debate. But like no, reality is, even like a small channel, besides for Claire, and even Claire, like I might even say yes, that, but she's really the only one that asked or would even, but it's usually just her, and she doesn't have like set up debates. And she was like, oh, come on my channel and we'll debate this. that it wouldn't really turn out to be like that. But I would say there's over like a 90% chance that I would say yes to debate on almost any topic to anybody. I don't know if you feel that way. Like, I mean, just some random channel is like, oh, Jennifer, you want to debate on my channel? And like, what's the topic? That there's like hundreds of topics where I would be like, yeah, okay, fine, I'll do it. Sounds interesting.
Are you asking if I agree with your description of yourself or if I feel the same way about debates?
That if you feel that's about you, if you feel the same way.
Um,
And saying the
kind of.
reason I don't do it is because no one ever asked me, and I don't think they really exist like that. That debate's not such really a thing.
Well, I think that you can get debates if you want them, but you have to be selective for them to be worthwhile. Because
Um,
most debates are just sort of, I don't want to say scripted, but there's ballpark answers that are pretty much expected, and anything outside of that, it's not like you're going to get very far.
yeah, so it's just like butting in and being argumentative. I'm not going to do that, or self-promoting where there's certain venues like maybe like the Crucible. Like you have to like put myself in there, like, oh, please put me on a debate, and then they have their own self-serving reasons why they're doing it that it wouldn't make sense. But
And then in
basically,
that case, you have to ask about the value proposition. And if it's not there, you don't do it, right? Like for me, the value proposition is a chance of improving consciousness. So
I've
mostly what I'd like
basically
to
said
debate is
yes.
about consciousness. But if I don't see myself debating consciousness directly, because who am I going to really debate about that?
I've said yes to basically everyone who's asked to stream with me. I don't think I've like Claire is the only person like I've ever really said no to. Um, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've said yes to every single person who has asked to stream with me. And certainly like debates, like if T Jump or um, that like I said, I've said yes to every single request to stream with me. The only exception might be Claire, where I basically still said yes to, like most of the time, like even when Claire asked me to join her and stream with her, over half the time I still say yes to her. And certainly debates that like I'd be extremely likely to say yes to. It's just I don't think it's that common. There's not much demand for it. I don't self promote, so I haven't really put myself out there to. Um, like I did email Modern Day Debate like 2 years ago, and they never replied. But like I've never requested to be on a Modern Day Debate. Even the Crucible
What
never
was your
requested.
email? Like,
Um, I think I mentioned you. I said
cool.
um, I would like to be on your show to debate Church of Entropy about uh, like dualism versus monism.
Oh, okay. We should
And I
ask them
mentioned
again. I mean,
I
are
told
you
JF
serious?
to. I asked JF that was like a few years ago when I was in more regular contact with JF, or I was on a show every few months, and I'd asked JF to reach out to Modern Day Debate, and I think I'm not sure if he did or gave some reason why it didn't make sense for him to reach out for me, and then nothing came of it, and then eventually somehow you were invited on, and either they didn't get my email, or maybe I don't think I emailed them. I think I messaged them on Facebook.
Because, yeah, I was thinking, like, why didn't you CC me on the email if you're. Anyway,
Well, it was
oh,
like 2 years ago,
it's all good. It's fine.
but I didn't really like. I mean, because that was when we were talking about debate, and you're working with Claire or whatever, and
Yeah. Skywork says, how else are you going to extend consciousness into the future by creating life or extending it? That doesn't really do, that doesn't increase consciousness necessarily because there's conservation of consciousness. So whether it increases is self-directed. So
I
it's
could
not
probably.
something you can just delegate to a process.
I mean, we'll see. Maybe. I mean, I'm not that proactive. So if not, like I'm streaming more. I'm trying to stream at least once a week on my channel the books. If I'm doing mob talk, uh, I could probably be more proactive and arrange things on my channel. I might over the next few months. Try to be more proactive, like um, Ben Thorpe. I met people on his channel. A lot of them are over, like Ashley Radical Coder, are people that have been on modern day debate. It's likely I could arrange conversation on my channel. I'm not that proactive, and even if it was like, oh, interesting, like our relationships transactional, um, it's a pretty good topic. I could probably set up like a debate panel. It'd probably be decent viewership. I might even get a few super chats if I wanted to grow my own channel. Um, that would probably be more venue for growing my channel to talk about like relationships than evolution. And I said, even looking on evolution, like what was that? Hevand or Ken Hevel? Ken
Kent
that looked.
Hovind.
Yeah, he looked like one of the bigger names debating evolution, and his videos got like most of them a few thousand views. So there's not that much viewership for debates on evolution, as where something like our relationships transactional would probably be something that might garner more viewership, as could see on Grace Thorpe that you got over 1,000 views, and then even Ashley had a post show on her own channel that I wasn't on, but even that got a few hundred views and had a few people popping on to continue the discussion, and there seemed interest for people to continue the discussion. So maybe I thought if I'd work with Ben Thorpe, something like that. So maybe this week again I'll pop on Ben Thorpe, and you will have another discussion on some topic like that. That if I were to pivot that into try like debate and networking, I'm not sure I'd ever be able to pivot that into evolution, which is a topic that interests me, but I think generally is not that interesting.
Well, a lot of people debate about it, but the way you're describing it here sounds pretty controversial.
Debate on what evolution?
Well, what you talked about with devolution sounded very controversial. Like it would be exceedingly hard to defend that view in a debate. Like I'm cringe. Like I'm sort of daunted. I'm proxy daunted by the prospect.
Well, no, I mean
So,
it would have been like Ashish Delayla and T Jump. I think Ashish Delayla, he would probably even agree with the terminology. Like he would defend devolution. I'm not sure if it'd be a debate, but I mean, no, most evolution would be on the Darwinian theory of evolution, and I would just be arguing against it. I wouldn't be giving an alternate view. So I don't think there'd be, even if I, so if I became a popular debater against evolution, I think that very few of those people would care enough to hear, well, what's your alternative? They would be more interested in debunking evolution than hearing my alternative. But if someone, if I wanted to propose a cosmology, I would probably just favor to talk about dualism in general to devolution because I think they're related. But maybe if I reached out to like Ashish Delayla, because like as I said, that devolution is generally the Hindu conception of cosmology of the material form coming from pure consciousness or Brahman. That I've only heard devolution used in relation to Hinduism,
Hmm.
possibly in terms of ancient Greek. Some people have used the term, uh, like of ancient Greek pagan philosophy, but it's almost exclusively used in relation to Hinduism. I could probably use it in terms of Kabbalism.
What about the
Uh,
guy who defended non-dualism on Theology Unleashed? You could defend dualism, and he could defend non-dualism.
Arjun's probably a devolutionist also.
I'm not talking
But
about Arjun. I'm talking about the guy who came on to defend non-duality, and I thought it was on
in
that
fact,
channel.
Arjun has had Michael Cremo
You
on
guys
his
agree?
show.
Yeah, you and Arjun agree probably on dualism, don't you?
Well, and we agree on devolution.
Right. So you
Arjun has
couldn't debate
had.
him if you agree.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would want to debate on devolution.
I
So I'm
said
like
on duality, on dualism. You get the non because remember there was a non-dualist guy who went on the show, and you could debate him, and you could
Ben
defend
Watkins.
dualism. No, I forget the guy's name. I just remember that he was defending non-dualism. And I was saying you could get him to come back, and you could defend dualism, and that could be the subject.
Yeah, I don't think Arjun's hosting that many debates, and like I don't know.
He's just hosted one with that atheist guy.
Matt Dillon. I mean, he's a
Yeah,
big
yeah.
name.
So you're
I mean,
saying
he
he's
might
not
set up.
hosting debates? Well, yeah, he's hosting debates.
Yeah, but it's not
Anyway,
many
it's
of
just
them.
an idea.
But not. I don't. I'm not going to self promote myself to reach out to Arjun and try to get him to like platform me for. But he does have some debates coming up. Like I did. I'm in regular contact with Arjun. We message on Facebook. Not much, but not like a whole bunch, but probably every week.
Cool. So it doesn't sound like you're going to pursue much with regards to debates and
I'm not going to self promote myself,
sure.
and so I'm not going to like like ask Arjun to have me on.
Okay. And the
I
writing,
think I
how's
think
that
I just
going?
got to do regular networking and work with whoever I have. So, right now if it's Ben Thorpe or something like that, or John Wolfe. So I mean, if John Wolfe gets me, that'd probably be more Jewish related, and I don't think it'd be a debate. Those would probably like mob talk would probably be more conversational than debate. But like if it's going to be some, you could only network. Yeah, so it's just networking, possibly building up content on my own channel because I hadn't streamed much. When I streamed my Krishna books, after 2 hours, after an hour and a half, I had like 15 live viewers, and I haven't signed off. I had like 15 live viewers, and for my last programming, I had a hard time even getting over 10 live viewers. So if I was streaming regularly enough, and I built up like 20 live viewers, and I was getting 20 live viewers within half an hour of starting, then I could consider doing content and new content. And so I have to create demand, and to do that, I think I just have to do regular programming and networking, and so it'll probably be a few months, even if I worked at it, that I would even consider on my own channel trying to like host a debate or invite someone to debate me on my own channel.
That would be hard to have someone to debate you on your own channel because it usually needs a moderator.
I don't think I need a moderator. I
So
think
what? So what if you don't think you need a moderator? Maybe the other person thinks you do.
well, no, I mean, I had when I was on JF, we didn't have a moderator. It was something like Edward Dutton. I have a moderator. I mean, that was more conversational. But no, I think I could do debates on my channel without a moderator. That would be more likely my style. I'd have a debate on my channel without a moderator.
Okay. And what about the writing? How's that going?
Nowhere. Although I've been doing a lot of research. I think I have to refine my narrative voice. And so, like, the chess narrative voice, I don't think is going anywhere. And even the Jewish narrative voice in my writing isn't going anywhere. So, my basic only narrative voice is I'm a guy who worked really hard to figure this stuff out. And now I'm sharing it with you. And that's not much of a narrative voice. It's the most generic form. And, even like scientific papers, academic papers, that's the general narrative voice. Is just like I'm the guy who did a whole bunch of work to figure this out, and now I'm sharing it with you. So it's very difficult to write like that. Um, I've determined that the chess narrative voice, even though that's the most success I had, is not going to be sufficient for what I want with the multiple truth hypothesis or my more scientific writing. I think also the Jewish narrative voice isn't going to work because, like, originally when I wanted to be a rabbi, I wanted to be a Jew that was writing for other Jews. And basically, I would have been writing exclusively for Jews. That, when I lived in New York or was part of the Hasidic community, I would have always assumed I would have been, basically writing for or talking to an exclusively Jewish audience. But now it's almost the opposite, where, like, if I'm talking about Judaism, I'm talking about Judaism to almost exclusively a non-Jewish audience. So from that narrative voice, I think it'll be a fail. Like some sort of hero's journey as a Jew. So I've lost my narrative voice. So I think it's going to be very hard to write. And so if I am writing, then it's just like, well, I have expertise because I worked really hard.
You
And
don't
now,
know why you're writing anymore? That type of thing?
yeah, it said like basically the only thing I'm writing because I worked really hard to figure this stuff out, and I don't even really know why I'm sharing it with anybody. So I've completely lost my narrative voice. So if my narrative voice would just be, I worked really hard to figure this stuff out, and so I'm just putting it out there to share with people. Uh, maybe like as a public service at best, and even at that, like I'm unclear like whether I'm am I really do I really want to share with people my hard work and trying to figure this stuff out, and am I really doing a public service by writing, and I'm not even sure that the answer to those questions are yes. So as I said, I've lost my narrative voice, so writing is basically out of the question now. So if it's just okay, like
Or it could just be
really,
a step on recovering a grander narrative, because that sort of fits with what you said about identifying as the chooser between the multiple truths. You never identified as any of the truths that you categorize. Correct me if I'm wrong, that Judaism is one of the truths, but you identify as the chooser, not the choices. So maybe that's the lesson, is that it's actually a good thing in a way to lose the narrative voice.
well, yeah, and say for the expertise that I could do more research. So saying if I'm the guy who worked really hard and is now sharing with you my research, like, well, did I actually work that hard? And do I actually have something that I should share that's worthy of sharing that people would be like, oh, like, I want to know what this guy worked at. I want to know what this guy's been thinking. And so right now I'm thinking like, well, no, I don't think really anyone cares what I'm thinking or would even necessarily benefit what I'm thinking. And so if me and you, like, we can review, we're more still the work in progress. So like if I'm writing for you to because we're you entered the self-improvement process together, um maybe so like I'm writing just for you, or writing for my mother just to demonstrate I'm doing something, that I'm not feeling it. And I said, like, even though I had views on the chess server, that's not, I determined that's not going to be my narrative voice. Chess is too kind of like unfriendly. There's a chess world where it's kind of, you basically, it's hierarchical, and it's hierarchical by who wins at chess. And most of the top chess players are basically gamers. So it's going to be like, no matter how hard I try in my writing, there's going to be some gamer who's better than me, and so it's going to be like hierarchical, where like the gamer who beats me is going to be like, nah, he's not, don't listen to that guy, he's not, don't take him seriously. And so I'm going to have to like try to become the best at chess so somebody listens to me. And so I just don't see that going anywhere. And
Okay.
I don't really see myself finding a narrative voice. So if I built up my YouTube audience and I had people who are like, wow, like, like, what are you working on now? What's next? Maybe I would be able to find a narrative voice, but as of now, I
Literally
don't know.
nobody says that. Well, just saying.
No one says what.
Like people don't talk to each other that way. Like, oh wow, wish you great success with what you're doing.
No, it's probably pretty normal. I mean, it's like, even like Charles Moskett's like, what are you working on? Or like, Jay Dyer, or people that have regular content that write, and people ask, what are you working on? And so I don't have a fan base like that where no one's asked me like what I'm working on. No one ever asked me, like, besides for you, when my next essay is coming out. So if I was streaming regularly and I had people watching my content asking me like when my next essay is coming out, then maybe I would be able to find a narrative voice that, like,
You don't think you
you
have to find your own voice? Not to lean too heavily on a cliche there, but what about that?
well, no, because the narrative voice, because there's the I that's talking to another person. So okay, I found
Right?
my voice. My voice is the person who's just interested in this stuff and researches it and studies it, um, just because I like understanding it. The narrative voice is the voice that tells it over to somebody else.
Okay. And you're saying
Mhm.
those have to be different and that now you can't transition from the first one to the second one. Dude, and it's feeling like a lack of inspiration because it didn't turn out the way you thought it would with regards to what you were going to talk about or write about or discuss or whatever.
No, I'm still inspired. Still spend all my time researching and study these things. I mean, it's just factual. Like, like, you want to get married, you need a girlfriend. You want to write, you need an audience. So I mean, you could theoretically like just write for yourself, but even the narrative understanding, like you're talking to other people, you find the narrative voice in the voice that's talking to other people. So I have the self motivation, but the narrative voice, I think there's some form of reciprocation.
A narrative voice, there's some form of reciprocation between what and what.
Between the author and the reader.
Okay, so in the sense that they're mutually sympathetic, like you know who your reader is and your reader likes your product, kind of. I'm, I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying here.
Well, you use the term narrative voice, but there's the the voice of me, the writer, talking to the reader.
Okay,
It's not the same as me talking to myself for my own self ambition or drive.
sure.
But
It's explaining that to the reader in a way that is somehow worthwhile.
well, I mean, worthwhile that, but it's saying it's a two-way street. It's hard to develop a narrative voice, or even impossible, just talking to yourself. You have to be talking to other people. You have to be writing. You need feedback to find your narrative voice.
Hmm. But that's presuming you feel a need to write about something.
I don't really feel need to write about something.
So, I mean, if that's how you feel, then maybe there's no point to writing. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you say it's like clout or some form of noticeable accomplishment, and I think, well, who is that for? Is it for my mother? For
Possible future wife?
yeah, and then I don't even think like it's likely that my writing has anything to do with my possible future wife. That there'd be
The
much
point is
better.
that it wouldn't hurt, you know? Oh, this, it's part of the whole package, okay? Because the guy's social standing matters, okay? A lot of the time. So, just saying, like, it's part
Yeah,
of
the
it.
social standing from writing, it's in like earning money or business,
It's
social
not about,
community.
it's about the clout. The clout is what gives the social status, not the money.
Yeah, I was saying I don't think it's likely at all that I'm gonna
Well, you have to believe in
develop
it for it
social.
to work. It doesn't
I could
work
see
if you don't
developing
believe in it,
social status. I'm
but
saying
it
like
does work if you believe
when
in
I
it.
have levels of social status, but I don't think my writing, especially on the topics I'm writing about.
Not with that attitude. Not with that attitude, that's for sure. But with the right
Yeah,
attitude, who
I don't think
knows?
it's attitude. I think I do have the right attitude.
The right
And
attitude is open mindedness, which this sounds like you've already predetermined it doesn't matter. And I would disagree with that. I feel like we've argued about this before that as a woman, I would that's something when evaluating overall, I might care about. Not necessarily, but I used to date this artist and yeah, he made tons of money off it, but he was really good at it. And it was mostly the fact that he was really good that I liked. So just, saying, which is partly a clout thing, is my whole
yeah, I mean, this is just
point of
your
this combo.
statement, but by saying that you have to go with results, and
Results. Or just an anecdote.
yeah, I'm not going to go with an antidote and saying like results and trial and error. And so, like, I tried writing, like, I'd like to work on my skills, but I didn't see any returns from my writing.
I thought you said it was helping you organize your ideas.
It is helping, and I'll probably continue to attempt to write. So I didn't see any, but those returns were minimal because it's not even clear that organizing my thoughts on these topics are useful for anything.
All right. Well, the chat's asking if the universe itself is sexual. I don't know if you want to wrap up here or if there's anything else you want to go into.
Yeah, so we'll wrap up. So hopefully, see you next week. I'm gonna keep on doing my research. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock. John Wolf Mob Talk. Um, Wednesday, I think I'm gonna do my civil engineering books this week. I'll do another book recommendation. I'm gonna try to keep that going regular on Wednesday. Israeli elections are November 1st. Next week are U.S. elections. So maybe I'll stream with Luke or something. I think I'm not sure it's going to lead to anything. The elections. I'm going to have Deshaun probably in the next few weeks. I'll do another stream in my house. I'll have him over. We'll probably talk about U.S. and Israeli elections. Um, I wouldn't mind popping on, probably one day this week if it makes sense. Maybe I'll pop on Ben Thorpe. If Ashley wanted to have a conversation that made sense, maybe I would speak with her, but I don't think she streams regularly. But yeah, I'm working on it. I'm trying to expand my streaming, so just take it a little by little. Don't expect any writing soon, but I'm doing a lot of research, and I do plan on continuing to write, at least for my own purposes. Um, but at this point, I need to do more research because basically my only narrative voice is the person who worked really hard to research and understand this stuff. And so I think I still got to do more research. So with that, have a good week. God bless. Thanks
Good
for doing
talk.
this.
Yeah, it was really fun, and looking forward to the next one. Looking forward to your show coming up. Doovid's link is, as always, in the comments. So, do I think the universe itself is sexual? I don't really think of it like that, honestly. No, I don't think of it like that. I think that sexuality is a form of dualism. So, I don't tend to dwell upon dualistic concepts unless there's a need for it. So, it's not an aesthetic that I find particularly appealing, let's say. So, yeah, Indrasnet is an awesome metaphor. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. It's been an awesome show, and really appreciate the feedback. I realized I didn't really talk about my week in review very much, or say pretty much a whole lot that I've been up to. And I realized I didn't talk about my argument. I haven't heard any pushbacks. I guess that just means that, if there are no pushbacks, then my argument is unassailable. There are no pushbacks, therefore, my argument is unassailable. So I think I had it up before, but we didn't get to it. We can always talk about it next week or not. We can just go straight to the accepting it. But I thought was good. A slight adjustment actually on the different, much shorter, sort of more eloquent and elegant version. Oh, is that right? It's boring, Daryl? Okay, I'll take that as you accept it completely unqualifiedly, and I don't want to say bend the knee because it's too reminiscent of Game of Thrones, but where it's just like it's just. And the funny thing is, like, I don't even agree with this. I just think it's so delicious. It's so delicious as a proof. Like, I guess I don't like not agree with it, but I'm not dying to defend this view because obviously it's a difficult position to then say, okay, well, my conclusion here is that an object is not knowable, so it's a conclusion of a negation, which is like, okay, well, what do we do with that? Well, sort of not really giving us an axiom that we can then build from. It's saying that, well, if you come to conclude that an object is knowable, then you've contradicted this interpretation somehow, which is totally fine because it's all just down to definitions, which is kind of the point of a proof. Is that I don't want to say it's a word game because in a bad way, like I think games are kind of necessary for learning, but like it's a way to point to something in language that seems a certain way, but actually isn't. And this is a good example of that because, well, it seems like objects ought to be knowable. Because I kind of think the pretext of math, if you consider stuff like spheres and that to be objects, well, sort of, you could argue that, well, isn't the pretext of math that we can know objects? So that's another sort of interesting door, I think, that gets opened by looking at things this way and kind of seeing, like, where was perhaps because there's going to be one of a few things, going to be some sort of ambiguity. And usually there's going to be something that is I don't want to say self-negating because I don't want people to get the wrong idea, but there is a sense in which ideas can, okay, I don't want to say black and white, but let's just say as a totally reductionist example, like accidentally a concept that has is so complicated that in one part it's got black and the other's got white, in the sense that if they encounter each other, they're actually going to start to like annul each other, to knock each other out. Like for one, black white just goes to like nothing. So it's going to, um, when applied certain ways, undermine its own purpose structurally. There's nothing in here about noble in the sense of like, I challenge you to a duel. It's knowable, as in able to be known. And it's more of a question about, well, I don't know, maybe I'm reading this into it, but about what it means for something to be true, the whole like justified true belief versus um correspondence theory and whatnot. So this would be a correspondence theory type of proof that is kind of true by definition, but in another way, like I guess we could say that pragmatically there's some sense in which it isn't true, which then kind of opens the door for which might call anti-realism in language, that concepts like oughtn't bear correspondence to reality, and that there are actually even uses for stuff that really doesn't bear a whole lot of, that there is a lot of built-in ambiguity as kind of a, I don't want to say good or bad, but something that we optimize our use of. So yeah, that was the last thing I wanted to mention. Thanks everyone for tuning into the almost 6 hours long show. It's been a great one, and looking forward to what we'll be discovering in the next week. See you